Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican police service Latino. Oh, for Trump's sake.
Is that correct?
Literally not true. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Good morning, good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Oh my goodness. I'd forgotten what this early in the morning looked like. It's been a while. I know I'm late, but it's still early. Welcome. It's good to have everyone here. Give me just a minute to get situated. This over here. Let's see what's okay. That's the wrong one. Yep, I deleted something I needed. Great. That's awesome. Yay. Go me. All right. It's earlier here. It's still dark. Hey, speaking of being early today, let me bring this up for Hipster Doofus. Welcome. First of all, welcome. Good morning. Hope you're having a great day so far. Hope your morning's been fabulous. I hope you got plenty of rest. I hope you know a lot about the internet. You were first in chat today, Hipster Doofus, and because you're first in chat, we're going to punish you. See, what happens was it was early this morning. It was quiet this morning. It was calm. It was peaceful. Until you posted in chat and you said hi, and now look what's happening. I think that's prima facie evidence that you in fact are guilty of everything that's now happening in chat and probably across the internet worldwide. Because of that, we're going to sentence you to internet ownership today. Punish you for your crimes. You are now responsible for everything IP related worldwide. So what this means for you, first of all, it could be added directly to your bragging rights. You can go on the shopping page on the YouTube account, on the YouTube channel here, and you can scroll around until you find something called the Internet Ownership Certificate. And that, my friend, you are now eligible to pay the fine of 50 cents and download. Once it's done, you can fill in the blank, which would be your name. And then you have a Internet Ownership Certificate suitable for framing or use as a cover sheet. So, I'm sorry. You might be new. Hipster Doofus, because I don't recognize the name. And if you're not, I do apologize. But, like I just showed up, popped up on my For You page, and boom. I'm sorry. We do this to everyone who's first in chat. But today it's you. And so buckle up. Every tech support call, every problem programming a microwave, every cabling issue worldwide, we're just going to reroute those calls to you, Hipster Doofus. So just buckle up. You're going to do great. Everyone before you has. So no pressure. Congratulations and good morning. It's good to have you here. Welcome. Welcome everyone else as well. Let's see. Jennifer says, Hipster Doofus is virtually my neighbor. That is awesome. Jennifer, you might need to run across the street virtually and help maybe answer calls or something like that. Oh my goodness. Toxic Orchid. We had 19 centimeters of snowfall last night, and we're expecting another 20 to 25 today. That's a lot. That's a lot of snow. Keep it. Keep it. It's summer. It's summer, or it should be soon enough. I'm ready for summer. I've had too much cold. Granted, it's been a while since I've been out ice fishing, and I've become weak. I've come weak to that colder weather. So, what is that in inches? 2.5 centimeters is an inch. So 10 inches, up to 10 inches today, and a little, maybe 8 or 9 inches yesterday. So 18, 19 inches total, if I did the math right. Selena K, member for 22 months. As an attorney, Selena, thank you very much. Lots of hugs to our hurting hearts. I sure love this whole community. Your family. And Selena, thank you. This community wouldn't be the same without you here. Appreciate you. Thank you for your support. Also, for 25 months, Shells. Holy cow, 25 months. Shells, thank you. You and Lee as well. Many hugs, my friends. Thank you. Appreciate your support. Another one of our great court watchers who's been to court for us and with our eyes in the courtroom. We are expecting that, according to what we've heard, that deliberation is actually going to start at 8:30. Is when the jurors are going to start deliberating. So we know we did count their lunch, or excuse me, their dinner yesterday as deliberation time. So I've got a timer. I've got a timer ready to go, but we're not starting it until about 8:30. So I'll need someone to remind me. When we get around there, so we can keep that timer as accurate as possible. Let's see. Redondo Beach, welcome to the channel. Thank you very much for becoming a subscriber. Help yourself to all the emojis, and make sure you type !seat in chat to be ushered to your front row seat, reserved just for you, where you can sit amongst all your friends, or in front of some of them as well. Let's see. It's Thursday. Oh yeah, Knitting with Emmy. I've got plans. I don't know what they are yet, but I've got plans. I'm going to get on the internet real quick is what my plan is. Thank you for the reminder. That would have been really bad. Nobody... Can you guys keep a secret? Okay, no clipping this. She's asleep right now. She doesn't need to know that I almost forgot Valentine's Day. But I didn't, because remember? I remembered. Wink, wink. They better include lobster now. Yeah. We had a late night. I don't think we went to bed till like 1 o'clock in the morning, and everyone's asleep except my daughter. She woke up just a few minutes ago. So I'm just sharing that with you to let you know that just how impressive it is that I'm awake this morning. I didn't have anyone else wake me up and get me here on time. It was all me. I'm a big boy now. I'm wearing my big boy pants. Well, big boy shorts. So, all right, we will. We don't have a feed from court yet, so we're gonna sit tight for a minute. We are in verdict watch in the Tennessee versus Megan Boswell trial, which means we're waiting. We're waiting and watching the clock. The jury yesterday had given an indication, according to the reports we saw from people who were there at the courthouse, that we had they had a desire to eat dinner at the courthouse and continue deliberating. But then shortly after dinner, they got sent home. And I don't know if that was the court saying, look, bailiffs are going home. We can't protect you anymore. You've got to go too. It could have been that, or it could have been the jury deciding, looks like we're not, as close as we thought we were. We'll probably need another day on this one or more. So we're working on the next watch right now. We'll probably have it announced here this afternoon before we jump to it. So I can tell you there's not going to be a long break. Mary Murphy, I've been away for about a week and a couple weeks, so I missed the outcome of the total buttons. So 1,154 buttons. Mary Murphy, 1,154. Let's see. Ira says, glad we're finally on a verdict watch. That 2 weeks felt like eternity without RA family. So nice to be back. Yes, before we begin and go very far, we do have something we need to do this morning. Our moderator, I think Mathis is calling in. Hang on. This is an early morning call. Well, not for him, but.
Call from
Master Cat Cuddler.
Mathis, good morning. It's early for me,
yes.
but not for you. It's midday for you. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. Currently taking a quick break from work. I wanted to use the opportunity and call in before the court feed comes back.
Mm-hmm.
I really appreciate that you played my song at the end. I think it's one of my favorites that I ever done, and because this trial brought me to this community, it really does help me like connect to everyone, and also like remember Sharon. I think I'm very bad at dealing with loss. I mostly try to put myself into other things.
Mm-hmm.
And it's always really bad for me if I can't find an outlet. Right now, the thing I do to focus myself is my cats that I adopted early December. Things are going pretty great with those.
Wonderful.
Yesterday, one of them really enjoyed climbing all over me. He's a very big, cuddly boy.
Yes, and they don't care that they have claws. They'll use claws. Did you
declaw? Oh, he didn't use the claws.
Didn't? Oh, you're lucky. Mine does. Careful. Mine does. Use me as scratching post. While he's purring. So it's like I'm hurting you, but mm-hmm. I'm nice anyway. But Mathis, I have to say thank you. That song you created is many people's favorite of all the songs we've played on this channel. That one is epic, mostly just because it's the language of court set to music, and it's an artful language, even though it's not necessarily the typical rhyming music. It's a very artful language, and hearing that with the beat and everything else, we love it. And I figured yesterday. First of all, thanks for giving us permission to use it, but yesterday with watching those arguments, the oral arguments, it was the perfect time to play it again, and I couldn't miss it. So thank you very much. We're glad you've been a part of this community as well, and thank you for your insights. I honestly think you should be a lawyer here in the U.S. You know more about the law than I do, and you have a deep hunger for that, the deep dives into law, and all the arguments that are embedded in it. So. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah, it really is fun when you can connect the dots. I want to give a couple of comments on the Maya stuff before we move on to this one, and we might have the verdict here.
Yeah.
So I really have no idea how long it's going to take for the court to give a decision. I would say cautiously think maybe 2 or 3 months.
2 or 3 months for an appellate court to. It's going to be like
it can take
2 or 3 months. Okay.
It can take quite a long time. We saw how long it took in the Karen Reed appeal. I think that was that heard in November? Was it heard in September? It was late last year, right?
I don't remember. Yeah.
Although that was Massachusetts State Supreme Court. So basically, a couple of things about that one needs to know about the process is, so right now I'm leaning very strongly that it's not really going to be a new trial. So my prediction right now, and of course there's always room for error, but my prediction right now is that they're going to affirm what
the judgment,
the verdict. Mm-hmm. And then there's 2 possibilities. One is they write a very long opinion going over the issues raised by the hospital, and they did raise several. I think they focused it down on 3.
Right.
And then they explain why they think the hospital is wrong. And I think if they do, they can rely very heavily on the answer brief that the appellate team had filed. I was really looking forward to Michael Tanner argue this, because I had seen him in the pre-trial appeal. That was like 2022.
Yeah.
And
Seemed like forever ago.
there was also, and then there was, and I knew that the answer brief was very thorough, and I knew they had very good responses to a lot of the issues. And I think the JH lawyer wasn't really able to see some like one thing that really struck me as reversible error in light of the other things that the Kowalski lawyers were able to cite. So that's why I'm leaning the way I am. Mm-hmm. But it's always possible that a court can just argue, they can release something called, I think if you watch Rankel, he comments on this a couple of times. It's called a PCA, which is per curiam affirmed. Mm-hmm. Per curiam means basically the court is speaking, which means basically that's what a court does when a decision or an opinion isn't signed by a particular person. Just means this opinion has no particular author. The court is speaking. That's what you would get it's typical for unanimous decisions, where you don't have like individuals dissenting on some issues.
Like
basically
2-1 or something.
Yeah, basically what you get is the per curiam is what you get when all the judges say, okay, you know what, we're all saying this. We have one message, and it's this, and the affirmed is basically we look at what the lower court did, thumbs up, mm-hmm. It's fine with us, and then that would also then like lift the stay of execution of the judgment, and then they could probably go and collect. There's always a possibility.
That's the question a lot of people have, that this process, it seems really lengthy, and there's lots of steps that we're not as mm-hmm. familiar with the rest of just a criminal proceeding. With this civil like this, the question is when do they get paid? If assuming that none of these steps that the J has taken thus far, or that they just took with this appeal, everything gets affirmed, when can the family expect money? When can they expect that payment?
Well, if there is a per curiam affirmed, mm-hmm. They can there's the hospital then has one thing it can do, and I say, okay, actually, please give me a written opinion, and here's why, because I need to appeal this to the Supreme Court, and here's why I think the Supreme Court, the state Supreme Court in this case, will probably overturn you, and then the courts can still say no, but the court, but then let's say there is but then the other scenario is, let's say there's a written opinion, and it says, okay, here's why I think plaintiffs get their money, and they expect that this would lean very heavily on what is in the Kowalski answer brief, and probably some additional things. But basically, if there's an opinion like this, you can still say, State Supreme Court, I need you to review this decision by the first instance of review. They got it wrong. You can always, if the teacher marks your exam wrong, you can always ask the headmaster if the teacher is messing with you.
Yeah. But each level they go up, it's harder to get a reversal, right? The further you go, the more rare it is.
And the reason is, so Florida has several district courts, because there's lots of people, and so you need more judges, and they group together by geography. And so the people in the district courts, these judges, they know the law in their district, and they don't necessarily care as much as what happens in other districts. And so it's possible that in one district applies a law in one way, and another applies in a different way, and then you have what's called a split. On federal level, you'd get a circuit split. And one of the cases where the Supreme Court has to weigh in is when different courts of review, applying the same level of law, so here's state, get different answers. Obviously, someone needs to say what the state law is. Then only the state Supreme Court can answer that. Yeah. That doesn't seem to be the case here.
I think
and then the other thing where...
No, I think they are going to affirm. Go ahead. One more. We've got birthday songs to do here really quickly, but continue.
Okay. And the other thing that a state Supreme Court reviews is if there's an issue with the state constitution, which is also not the case here. So there's a small chance that the state Supreme Court could hear this, but I kind of don't see why.
Right.
So I think it's very possible that after this court will deny, and then the state Supreme Court says we don't need to hear this, and then it would just be at that point there's definitely no way to hold off anymore.
Yeah, all the appeals would be gone. There's no other avenue to stop, aside from going back and renegotiating and trying to get a different amount. But at that point, all the cards are in the Kowalski's hands, and there's no reason for them to negotiate at that point. But so we'll watch for that. Obviously, you will as well. Please, if you see something before we do, please let us know, because that's going to be very telling. It could actually be the end of this case, as now the only thing left is to write one big fat check, and that'd be awesome. Mathis, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate your contributions on the channel. I
will line up with the birthday singers.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right. I appreciate Josh stepping up with the birthdays, the birthday list today. Here's what we have. I want everyone to stand up, please. Take a deep breath, shoulders back. Project your voice to the back of the room. Blend your voice with your neighbor. That was the wrong song. Warm up with me, if you will. La 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 la. There we go. We're gonna sing happy birthday to Ansley, Nate, Robin, Mandy, and Kimba. We're celebrating their birthdays today. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Ansley, Nate, Robin, Mandy, and Kimba. Happy birthday to you. I have 1,153 buttons that were the wrong ones, and I that only one that was the right one. Sorry. All right. Happy birthday to everyone who is celebrating their birthday today. Ansley, Nate, Robin, Mandy, and Kimba. I hope this is the special day you've been waiting for all year. I realize there are a million places you could be, a million people you could have celebrated with. You've chosen to be here with us. The privilege, the pleasure, the honor is ours. Hopefully we can turn some of that joy to you and make your day a little more specialer. Help yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Village Inn. I said that already. Tammy Dunlap's house and Bob Evans. I missed one. I don't know. There was another that should have been in there. Village Inn only one time. Only one free stack of pancakes per location. I'm pretty sure that's a rule. But happy birthday to everyone who's celebrating. Thank you to all the singers and the dancers. You're looking great. One more time. Oh, yeah. I do have more buttons, but they're not part of my setup. Everyone get ready to finish the birthday song with the snare drum. Or not the snare drum, but the drum solo. The end of this next verse. What? Was that not it? That wasn't it. I think we have one more. Did someone make the birthday song longer? Yeah, okay, now this is the last verse. There we go. My hip is popping, says Judy. Here we go, big drum solo. Everyone help. Beautiful, beautiful. Happy birthday to all those who are celebrating. Thank you for letting us celebrate with you. Sloth Life says, camel's gestation period is between 13 to 15 months. I may be a camel. Maybe a camel. Sloth Life, thank you very much. One of our great supporters from Scotland as an attorney.
Happy birthday. You look good.
Yes, happy birthday, said Judge Fleischer. And then Diane says, Recovery Addict, thank you for all that you do for this community. Let's love each other better in memory of sweet Sharon and our favorite cowboy. Diane, thank you very much for saying that. It has been a hard week with loss of two good friends, and
I'm not a cat.
I appreciate that sentiment. And I think they would appreciate that as well.
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.
About to catch a whooping. I was going to say something before Mathis called. What? Do remind me, Alicia. Do remind me. I have no idea where I was.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know.
Now I've got to start the timer here in just a minute. I'm going to start at 8:30. See, little birdie told me to shoot the shoot the was it shot? Shoot the shot. Last night with Squeegee and Trail TV Live. Loved popping in there. I loved Jules' take. Jules was in the courtroom in the Maya oral arguments, and loved hearing about that. My wife was. I came out from my live stream after I finished stuff, and I'm like, hey, honey, are you watching my show? She's like, no, I'm on Trail TV Live. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. But it was good. A good breakdown of everything that happened. Okay, we are starting the timer here. Give me a second. Court yoga with new music today. We do have court yoga music. Let me see if I can find the timer. Where did it go? I think it's down here. Need to make sure not to hit the clear button. Okay, it's this one down here. We're going to start at about now. Realize it's not exactly precise, but it's close enough to be right. So, podcast tonight. That might be what I'm talking about. Today is Thursday, which means every Thursday at 8 p.m. on this channel, the same channel that you're watching this on right now. If you hit the subscribe button and ring the bell to be notified when we go live, you would be notified tonight, if YouTube does their part, that we're going to have a podcast. And it's going to be Thomas and myself, and I don't know, maybe occasionally we bring some other people in. This is a confirmation message. Thank you, Dizzy Grenade. It is it's a fun break. It's a step back. We deal with heavy and hard issues all day, every day. These trials, very few of them are trivial, right? And the ones that are trivial are a big deal to the people who are in court. But a lot of them can hit very close to home. A lot of them can get us right in the feels and can be difficult to listen to. So we try to take a break every week, and we use the podcast to do that, where we get together as friends, just like this live, and just hang out and talk about some more lighthearted things generally. Usually a little bit of true crime fits in there sometimes, but we're probably going to talk about food and lotteries and a variety of other things, dad jokes usually. So please do join us. It is so refreshing. It is so much fun, and hope you can be there. But I realize it is late. Many of you who are watching from, especially across the pond,
may be upon us.
It's brutal on your schedule. So I understand if there's going to be a rewatch for you. Let's see. I'm a little fuzzy. I am feeling a little fuzzy.
Burger King.
I thank you.
Not get to have it their
now
way.
I'm fuzzier. Is that better? No, like that would hurt my eyes. Sorry about that. Pop. That's it. How about that? I forgot to focus my camera this morning. Nikki says, dad jokes are the best part. Pretty good. MC, thank you for the congratulations. We did hit 64,000 subscribers yesterday. Thank you, each and every one of you. That is...
Nail it, Murdoch stole it.
It just a couple years ago, when we started this crazy little journey, the idea that I could get to 1,000 was like, that was the dream. That was the goal. And the fact that it happened so quickly and then exploded from there, every day I'm amazed and I'm just honored I'm privileged to be someone you'd click subscribe on. That means a lot to me. Let's see. Redondo Beach says, this old lady just applied for law school. You're never too old for law school. That is awesome. That is great. I hope you absolutely love it, and keep us updated as you progress through law school. We'd love to do a celebration for you as you when you pass the bar and everything. It's gonna be epic. I missed the end of Mr. Magoo yesterday. Well, Knitting with Emmy, the end wasn't really the end. What we found out the end is going to be is in Judge Slay's court, which
you're my new best friend.
Sadly does not live stream. He's going to court with Judge Slay, and he's still doing his pro se, sort of soft sit. It's like I don't consent that you have jurisdiction. The judge's like, we'll put that to bed. Yes, I do. No questions. But it was good. Lady Draconis, that would be absolutely amazing. We'll try to do everything on our part to make it make this a place where someone would want to click the subscribe button. So let's see. We need every day to be Mod Celebration Day. Let me check. Actually, I sent a message to mods a minute ago. See, Mathis sent me something that shows that the awarded amount for the Kowalskis maybe it started at 208 million, right? It may be as high as 228, 229 million now. So up more than 20%. Well, or about 20% or 10%. All right. I deleted a video I was supposed to keep, and I'm sorry. Everything that was happening yesterday, Dr. Joe was saying, hey, can you grab this video, and can you do that? And I copied over. I formatted the card that had something we were going to watch together, and I'm just... now the mods are making fun of me. Rookie move, says Amber. Rookie move. Let's see. Let me see if I can find it here. It's going back a ways.
Have them send someone with more experience.
Okay, I get it. I made a mistake. Okay. Looking to see if we can still grab it.
Because he's the guy.
It would help if there weren't like 7,000 messages in mod chat.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
Okay. I don't even remember what courtroom it was in. Okay, I can't scroll far enough back to see it. So,
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting.
Oh, no.
Who won?
Tracy, we missed your comment. Happy birthday to your friend. Who's the friend? Let's see. Give me a second. Let me see. We have a birthday form over on the Facebook page where people can get their nominations in for birthday wishes. Let's see. Oh, it's your birthday. Tracy. I am so sorry. Where?
Trees. Shame on you, sir.
It's my bad. Okay, Tracy, here we go, just for you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Tracy. Happy birthday to you. There you go. Happy birthday, Tracy. You got your own verse. I'm sorry we missed that the first time around. All right. I'm looking for that mod chat message.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Birthday form's already posted on the Facebook group. A lot of people don't have Facebook. I know, but it's free.
Happy birthday. You look good.
Maybe. I don't know how else to collect it other than ahead of time. All right. No social media. That's actually pretty smart. All right. We are waiting for court to give us a live feed, which they have not done yet. So we're probably just going to wait. We're just going to wait and hold out just for a minute. I don't want to jump to another trial quite yet. We do have another trial coming up. I don't want to jump to another trial quite yet because it's subversive. It's a little bit. Because I want to see if there's a verdict early this morning. I'd hate to start a trial and get like halfway through jury instructions and then have to jump to a verdict. A lot of us thought that this would be a quick verdict, and this morning is still a quick verdict. I mean, 3 hours, especially when they have, 50 plus pages in their verdict and their verdict form and instructions. I think it's not a stretch to say a quick verdict within 4 hours or so could happen. Let's see. Thank you, Josh. We'll pin that one to let everyone know where we are. Let's see. Ivy says, I'm in the mood for Canadians Hate You soundbite.
I have the right to protect myself.
That's the wrong one.
I have the right.
This police unit is trying to box him in, but
got a lot of iron. I think we can put down a lot of retardant today. Got a lot of iron. I think we can put down a lot of retardant today.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
Is it this one?
this police...
No. Oh, I found it. Sorry, Ivy. I've got a lot of buttons.
Because we here in Canada hate you and hope for bad things for you because we hate you.
There you go. I found it. We can court hop. It's still early. Just remember, it's early, so we're waiting for courts to come online. Let's see. Let me refresh this one. Oh, I know what I was going to tell you. And one of the reasons I was up late was that we've had some problems with this court, with the Boswell trial in Tennessee, specifically with public access to the court. And I wrote a sternly worded letter and sent it up the chain to the powers that be in Tennessee, citing the constitutional rights people have to attend court as recognized in the Tennessee Constitution, the First Amendment, and common law, and complained strongly and even talked about how an officer who restricts the public incorrectly from entering the courtroom, for like wrongfully, willingly violates their what's the, I don't know how to even say that word. When you have a right, it's a well-defined right. When they violate that right without legal justification, which would be the judge ordering the courtroom to be closed and nobody could come in, it eliminates that little thing that officers have over their head called qualified immunity, which prevents them from getting sued personally. So when you violate someone's rights and do so outside of the protection of that qualified immunity, you can get sued. So I wrote a little letter, a little nastygram letter to the state of Tennessee, and said, twice now, I've been informed that members of the public have been told by the bailiff who is operating the metal detector at the door that they can't come in. They can't come in because nothing really important is happening anyway. That's the reason. We don't want to let you in because it's a hassle for us and nothing really important is happening. Well, one of those times that nothing really important was happening, the judge tried to proceed with court with only 11 jurors present. I thought that was important. We thought that was important. The bailiff didn't think that was important, so the public was not allowed in for that. Also, there have been times where the public has not been allowed in until the proceedings are already well underway, that they've missed anything that might have happened beforehand. And that is an issue. And I was so riled up about that. I wrote a very sternly worded letter all the way up to the top. I won't say the name of the person who I wrote the letter to, but just her title starts with director. Let's put it that way. She is over all of public access to courts in Tennessee. And I said, I need it to stop. I'm pretty sure the people who have shared this information with me don't want to sue, but please know that that is probably an option that's available to them. And these bailiffs need to stop keeping the public out just because they don't want to go through the hassle of letting them in. So, waiting for a response, especially when they allow the media in but not the public. That's just
think I'm about to catch
something's wrong there. Something's wrong. All right. Did you use bold? I used one all caps word, which was probably not very professional, but at least I didn't write the thing in Comic Sans Serif. It's a huge issue to me. Can the judge continue with the missing juror? No, they brought the other juror in and then started over. But Amber's on the phone. 1 second. Hey, Amber.
Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
Great.
Seems like we were just talking last night.
You're not going to yell at me for my email again, are you?
No.
I don't know if you caught my comment in chat, but I said that was the most stern request I've ever gotten for what my email address was.
Okay, so what happened was I was literally sending the email, and I said, I need to blind carbon copy someone on this. And I thought, why not Amber? Because she's probably A, awake, because it was late at night, and B, she'd be interested. I am literally, I'm starting to type her name on the BCC line on the email. It's already, the email's written, ready to go. I'm typing her name. My phone rings. It's Amber. I pick it up and say, what's your email? And I was still a little angry.
Nothing else.
Yeah. There was no, hello, hi, Amber. Hey, it's all right. How are you? None of that happened. It was just, what's your email? And because I was still a little fired up. So.
A little? It was really funny at the time, y'all. I'll have to figure out how to instinctively know when to record funny moments, huh?
Yeah so
sure. We can replay it for everybody.
No, we won't. Not that.
But I was calling it in regards to this message you're trying to find in Mod Chat. Which one?
The swingers. I don't even want to. Why did you just want to make me say it on the? You know which one.
I couldn't figure out if you were looking for my comment I sent with the proposed agenda for today, or possibly Josh's answer to your question, which I also answered, which is they've already taken down the video.
Okay. So you're gonna have to let's role play and just recreate the court right here in drama chat. It's like drama class, but the case I was going to show you. The case. Let me just tell chat. The case I was supposed to show you that I was not supposed to delete was an appearance where one of the it was a civil suit, right? Two people suing each other. But one of the parties accused the other of knowing the judge because he's a swinger. And if you just put the math together on that one. It would insinuate that the judge may also be part of that community, which was absolutely. Law Talk with Mike has it. Okay, watch it on Law Talk with Mike. It was absolutely hilarious. It was a pretty lengthy hearing. It went quite a while, but it was.
And when you find it with Law Talk with Mike, because that's the only place you can grab it now, stick with it. Yeah. You're gonna think
it's one of those trials that starts small, and you're like, I'm not sure if I'd be interested in this one. Wait. Don't go. It grows and grows, and the big crescendo is at the very end. But you need the build-up to sort of get to that. So,
yeah, it doesn't hit the same if you don't have the build-up. So definitely.
Yeah, the judge.
Definitely worth the watch.
The judge said, she said, I something about. I think it's a good thing I've got a thick skin. I've been called a lot worse, but this is ridiculous.
Yeah, the defendant in the case. Or on that side of the case, it's civil. I forget terms this early in the morning without coffee. The defendant had made an allegation of the other side's attorney having been involved with the judge in a certain type of lifestyle.
Mm-hmm. and she's like, and the defendant, or one of them, like addresses the bailiff directly and is like, you can tell him, and the judge is like, you don't talk to my bailiff. And it was wild. It was really good. It was really good, and I deleted it. I am sorry.
So
I have to hit this button. Hang on.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
I do apologize. There we go.
So I also sent a comment about a proposed agenda for today.
I saw that.
With a case.
I know.
In Benton County.
I can't do that one. It's only KSAT. That's the problem. So it's a bummer because it's got some spicy moments.
Oh my God, man.
Anyway, so we will be probably jumping to another case here this morning, which I haven't yet disclosed, which we'll take offline, Amber. But we just need to make sure we've got all our ducks in the row for that one.
Just subject matter jurisdiction.
Yep.
But there's the one we're going to jump to. You're going to love. All right, Amber. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Not a problem. Have a good day, y'all.
All right. Bye. Old Squishy Gardener YouTube channel has footage of that case. Oh, that's awesome. That channel does a good job catching a lot of the fun ones as well. Anyway, I apologize. I deleted it. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. It's all good. All right. We thrive on spicy. Oh, I like spicy, but there's some spicy we just don't get into, and that's Laurie, this is the one we're about to jump to. We're about to go to Rose Petal. I've sort of made the call in my head and ran it over with the mods as well. So we're a couple days behind on that one. We'll get to do a couple days of speed trial, 1.25 speed, catching up on that one. The issue I had and the concern I had in that case is that there is a companion case involving the Rose Petal trial where the defendant and his friend, which we'll hear plenty about in this trial, are on trial for something involving spicy adult material. So it's connected, but it's separate. It might be mentioned a little bit in the trial. I'm hoping that it's not too much, and that's what I wanted to sort of, it's a corn issue. It's all about the corn. So we're, yes, it's Faith. That's it. That it's a separate issue. It is sort of connected, but we're waiting for the door to open. No. So, by the victim. Oh my goodness. Yeah. it is separate, and that's the point. The judge ruled that they won't refer to it. That's what we were sort of waiting for to make sure that happened. And we hope it doesn't get allowed in. That's the goal. Let's see. Christy G says, I might go next week. It's here where I am. Christy G, if you do go, and we're probably going to pick it up here after a little bit of verdict watch this morning, just to see if something happens. Let us know. We're going to be on catch up, so we wouldn't want to know what happens today until we get caught up to current. That's the only thing. So you can't really call in and spoil it for us, because we're going to be a little bit behind. Let's see. How was Jules? Did anyone talk to her? Jules was on Trial TV Live yesterday. She's doing well. All right. Oh, Brittany, stop. Hold tight. Don't go anywhere. I remember what I was going to tell you. And this is what I was going to tell you yesterday that I forgot. And I said, remember, it'll come back to me. It just did. So I have to tell you right now before I forget. Tonight at the podcast, we have something called what I'm calling the Unholy Alliance, which is a segment of the show where we taste things where flavors have been mushed together in ways that may not be right. And I want to show you what I have ready for tonight. So hold tight. Let me... All right. Here we go. I've got 4 bags of snacks, and one of these is more common than the others. And you might think, oh, those are just Ruffles and Cheetos. That's cheating. Well, they're sort of Ruffles and Cheetos, and they're all things that I've never had before. We have Cheetos Buffalo, which I've never had buffalo wings ever in my life, so I don't know if these are good. We have Cheetos Cheddar Jalapeno, and this is the common one you see everywhere, but I've never had that either. We have Ruffles Honey Mustard. And last but not least, Brittany, we have Cheetos Mexican Street Corn. So... we need to rename the podcast as the stomach turns. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put a poll up during the podcast tonight, and you guys can choose which one I get to try. Did you start smoking weed? Says Petrified. I've never had buffalo wings. I've never had lobster. I'm a sheltered little boy who loves macaroni and cheese and vanilla ice cream. And I just didn't get out and experience the variety of foods that are available in the world. So I don't know if Thomas is going to be able to join in the fun if he was able to find something to try on his side. He's probably had all of these. So you need buffalo wings and lobster stat. All right, next case, Rose Petal. Rose Petal is the name. We're just holding off for just a minute because we think that it's possible in this first hour or so of deliberations this morning that the jury comes back with a verdict. A lot of us thought this would be a quick verdict, and with all the paperwork that's involved, wings in general or strictly buffalo? Buffalo. I've had just barbecue chicken. Honey mustard ones are great. I did try to get stuff that I didn't think would be absolutely terrible. But honey mustard ones sound good. I'm excited. Because whichever one you choose, I get to eat them all. So they might all be delicious. Need some buffalo lobster. Ooh, that sounds good. Can you get lobster flavored chips? What if it tastes like an actual buffalo? I've never had buffalo. Have you had lemon pepper wings or garlic parmesan? I've done lemon pepper on fish, and it's on chicken, but not on wings specifically. Just listening from swinging to I haven't had a variety of foods in this world. My head is spinning. This is what we do on Verdict Watch a little bit. We talk and we sort of stray from a main conversation a tiny bit. Pyranator asks, RA, is it true the jury will decide on punishment too? I thought someone said they would deliberate on it as well. I was checking the way it works in Tennessee. Typically, the jury does not decide on the penalty, but if it is a death penalty case, that is determined by the jury, I believe, in a separate trial after they first have established guilt. So there may be a phase like that at the end. Every state's a little bit different, and so we're sort of waiting to see. But if it was just a regular sentence, like, oh, you're going to serve 20 years for this crime and 5 years for this one and 2 for that, and will be concurrent, that would be determined by the judge. Only the death penalty, I believe, or possibly life without parole. In some cases, we've seen the jury decide if it's life without parole, like in West Virginia. They would weigh in on that. Oh, look at this. Candy Kiss says, started my entry into the law world today as a paralegal here in Ireland. So exciting. That is awesome. Congratulations. I hope you love your foray into the world of law. This whole time I thought RA was a foodie, says Shannon. Fan mail chips to RA. Please, nothing yucky. Here's my rule. You try it first. I don't want to be the guinea pig, right? And if you like it and it's strange, send me a sealed package that I can try, and I may be able to give it a go. But what's the difference between buffalo and a bison? You can't wash your hands in a buffalo. What? A bison? Teresa, I'm missing that one. Knitted with Emmy, you were in Norway once. Did you test lutefisk or pnikjot? I don't even know what those are. They do decide the fines. Yes, Tennessee, they will decide the fines. The guilt on each charge and the fine up to a statutory maximum. So each fine has a basin. Oh, you're doing the bison. You can't wash your hands in the bison. In the buffalo. Yeah, okay, I get it. And Takis. I have not tried Takis yet. Do you like salt and vinegar? I love them. I love them primarily because no one else in my family does. So if I buy them, I get the whole bag to myself. Mod chat says Amber. Okay. Thank you. I did get 2 other items to try that I can include. Both of them are beverages. If you can wait for just 1 second, let me put these chips back so I can sit down, and I'm gonna show you the beverages that I got that can also be eligible for the poll for taste testing. All right. The first beverage that I brought is called Liquid Death. Bury It Alive is what it's called. Liquid Death, Bury It Alive. So I believe it's just water. But it's got the ingredients list. No caffeine, no alcohol. And the other one is V8 Hot Honey. Limited edition Hot Honey. There we go. So, what's the ingredients? It's basically berry flavored water. I think it's going to be the yummiest one. It's a palate cleanser. I got Liquid Death just to see the hubby's face while I chugged it. What was the Super Bowl ad? V8? I didn't even see that. It's amazing that Super Bowl ads have an effect on me even when I don't see them. So they make V8 with poison in it. It's dishwater. Yeah. Okay. All right. Still no feed from court. I think we might be getting set up to. Let's see. I think we're going to set up to go switch down to the Rose Petal trial at the beginning. All right, just getting everything set up. Yeah, I saw that. We've got the counter going. We're counting the deliberation time. We're aware they're deliberating. I think we missed a few minutes of it, but hang on, what? Let me do a quick check here. This coming from Kathy Russin 5 minutes ago. And Emmy, thank you very much for that, Kathy, with Law and Crime. Regarding the Megan Boswell trial, she says on Twitter, on a ridiculous note, the judge, this is in Megan Boswell, the judge has restricted media when the verdict is read, no audio when the verdict is read. The judge doesn't want the jurors' voices heard. He will then let the camera op know to turn the audio back on and the verdict will be repeated. Ridiculous. They're literally going to mute the audio for court when the verdict is read. And then the court will reread the verdict because the verdict is read first by the jurors. This is I agree with Kathy Russin. This is ridiculous. This court has done far more on its own. And by court, I'm talking judge. has done far more on his own to out the jurors by publicly saying their names in court, referring to them by name, not by juror number, by name. That is ridiculous. I can't write to the judge. I don't like to contact individuals who are in a trial, directly in a trial. I don't contact the attorneys. I don't contact the judges. I don't try to contact witnesses. I have a lot of respect for the system. There might be a time for discussion afterwards, but on this one, I'm going to say, Tennessee, you've got it wrong. You got it wrong on this one. With the four-person John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt, please read the verdicts. Mutes audio. Yeah. Altafez, what you just missed, we just found out through Kathy Russin of Law and Crime on her Twitter account, just announced that when the verdict is going to be read, if and when the verdict comes in, the Megan Boswell trial, the judge has ordered that he doesn't want the jurors' voices heard. And so there will be no audio. They'll have to mute the audio for the reading of the verdict. Then he will indicate when you can turn the audio back on, and then the jury, it's presumed that the verdict will be reread by the court. So it's possible that for us it might look completely normal, that we just look at the judge. What is more likely, because audio's off, the cameraman's going to do what he can to get the shot that he wants, and that shot is going to be Megan Boswell with her attorneys. We will know 20, 30 seconds before we hear the verdict based on her reaction and their reaction. So she might be, it is the strangest thing I've ever heard. Why not just have the clerk read it the first time? Bug can't take anything into the courtroom. She can't have her phone in with her or anything. So we have to follow those court rules. It's going to be... Okay, I might write another letter. Because Tennessee does have rules about what the judge has to do. I don't know. If he lets the public in, if both the public is kept out and he orders the cameras off, he would be in violation, because it has to be recorded and available for you if he doesn't allow the public in, unless he's sealed the courtroom, which he has not done in this case. He hasn't given any orders sealing the courtroom. She could start laughing and smirking or crying. It's all going to be, we're going to see the reaction first and then hear the verdict, because that's how they roll. The judge announced the name. He's already scared the daylights out of the cameraman, who did nothing wrong, saying, if you show the jurors, it's going to be a bad day for everyone here. But then the way the court's set up, we can see the jurors in the reflection of the TV, which we're allowed to show. And, yeah. Amber, thank you very much. For those who really wanted to see the swinging case, which is a slow burn, it slowly builds up to the crescendo. There's the link that you can go watch it with Law Talk with Mike. I'm not going to show his version of it because obviously he does his own reaction, which is great, and I don't want to steal that in any way. So I'd recommend watching it with Law Talk with Mike. And when you watch it, say, hey, RA sent me. so we can see all of you who went over there. He ordered that in response to your first email. No, he hasn't. I didn't send an email to him. I sent an email to the Tennessee. Who did I send it to? Let's see. Sent. The Director of Communications and Judicial Resources is who I sent it to. And I said, and I addressed that person. I said, I'm contacting you to seek assistance with an issue that has arisen regarding public access to a criminal court. I'm contacting you on behalf of a Tennessee resident that fears reprisal if identity is known. My friend has been attending the Tennessee versus Megan Boswell trial in Sullivan County, a lengthy trial that is currently awaiting a jury verdict. The court is presided over by Judge Jim Goodwin. The trial has been open to the public, and my friend has not violated any court decorum or courthouse rule that would otherwise bar her access. The judge has not issued any access restriction orders as to public attendance. Twice now, the court officer controlling access at the metal detector entrance point has prohibited the public from entering due to nothing important going on. Media has been allowed to enter the courtroom, but public citizens have been blocked from entering, missing the opportunity to observe proceedings in the process. It is my friend's assertion that everything that occurs within this trial from gavel to gavel is of interest to them. At times, the restriction to enter has caused members of the public, including my friend, from entering court until midway through proceedings. The qualified right to attend court is based on the First Amendment, the Tennessee Constitution, and common law. The judge has not entered any orders closing the courtroom. It is my understanding that and that of my friends, that clearly established constitutional right is being improperly violated by this government official. While the apparent abuse of authority could pierce the qualified immunity that law enforcement generally enjoys, she would prefer to simply have the courtroom personnel be instructed not to improperly limit public access as to prevent them from observing any portion of this open trial. That was my last letter, so the next one's going to get more spicy. You're quoting hearsay. It's not court. This is not evidence. This is just a filing a complaint with the management. I've got a little part of my last email. All right, we may be getting a feed here. Hold tight. Something might be happening around 9 a.m. Let's see. Well, it's 9:15 now. We'll watch that feed and see if anything comes of it. It's going to be on 3. Keep that audio on. Hearsay only applies to court processes. I can complain to the manager about my uncle's best friend's brother's cousin's nephew if I wanted. I wonder if the judge thinks the jury might find her not guilty and is trying to protect the jury in that case. Because I can tell you there will be, it will have, for many of us, almost Casey Anthony type feel if that's what happens. Which I believe that the jury speaks, and I believe in respecting the jury's decision. I thought all trials were open to the public. In Tennessee, there's a presumption. There's a presumptive openness. The public is able to observe court. The limited situations where a judge can close a court has to be, first of all, limited. The judge has to limit the parts he closed to those parts that are necessary for a couple very key issues, and some of those might be a child witness, things like that, where there's a sensitive issue specifically, and then the part that's closed is limited just to that. That has not happened. there's not even been a request to close court that I'm aware in this trial. I did send my email from Topmark. I did. That's my professional email. When I conduct any business, I contact them from my company and give them my phone number as well. All right. Yes, Topmark Media, for those that don't know. That's my other channel. It's also actually my company name. So when I pay my taxes, that's all the any revenue or earnings and expenses and write-offs, that they all come under the Topmark Media business, which is a legal entity. Which is basically me. Okay, Amber, you can take this part out. You can just leave the part out about me accidentally deleting it. Jen, we are waiting for a verdict. Nothing yet, but we just heard that we're not going to hear the verdict. Can you link the Screaming Goat again? Amber, do you have the Screaming Goat link? Or should I pull it up? We're all going to have Screaming Goats here eventually. Or are they sold out? Amazon might be sold out. Oh, never mind. I'm in home and kitchen. Apparently, it's not a home and kitchen item. Let's go back up to. Okay, incoming pin. All right, there it is. All right, 3 hours and 47 minutes. I think at the 4 hour mark we might go and jump to our next trial and start that off. The verdict's going to be on delay. Oh, Josh is like, remember you made a link already? Oh, man, that's funny. This is going to be unique. All right. Can you explain why we won't hear the verdict? Just joined when you said that. Silly Claus. The judge, and this comes through Kathy Russin from Law and Crime. The judge just ordered that in an effort to protect the jurors' identities, that during the verdict reading, the audio has to be turned off. The camera can be on, but the audio has to be turned off in the courtroom. And then the verdict will be read. Then the judge will allow the audio to be turned back on. And then the court will reread the verdict. The first time it will be read probably by the jury foreman is my guess. And he doesn't want their voice to be played over the sound system. But yeah, it's my goats are going to run out of batteries today. So the verdict thing is why you were angry last night. No, I was angry last night because the bailiff at the Tennessee court for this particular trial has been keeping the public out because she thinks that the whatever's happening is not important at the time. She says, no, they're just sending the jurors home for the day, so we're not going to let you in to watch that. Guess what, ma'am? That's you walking all over someone's constitutional rights, and that's not your call. So that's a problem. I don't know. Maybe we'll call the Tennessee courthouse this morning. I might call the judge's clerk. If the trial is open to the public, anyone can see who is in on the jury, right? So why mute the audio? It is. And that's the funny thing, because the people who are most likely to be able to identify the juror have every right to walk into court, look and see who it is and say, oh, that's Bill from down the road, or oh, that's Bob, or oh, that's the radio DJ. I listen to him on the local station every morning. Recognize that voice. Those people can know. But we, who have never been there, who have never, talked to any of them, who would not recognize that voice from Adam, are not allowed to hear, because the judge doesn't want their identity out. He named several jurors this week. I don't want to stir the pot and cause any problems for anybody during the trial. There's a lot of media invested in this trial. This hurts. This was like a stab, in the heart. Getting the verdict. It's going to be announced on Twitter before we hear it on the air. But Scarlett O'Hara, we're going to begin the Rose Petal trial here in just a little bit. We're waiting. Just wanted to see if anything comes this morning from the jury. Haven't seen any indication that there's a verdict yet, but hang on. I'm seeing a tweet saying that the jury, if they convict, will also choose her sentence. I don't think that's right. 3 hours, 45 minutes. It was 27 minutes ago. Why would we care about who the jurors are? I understand that the TV in that group went after the jurors, but most of the time no one bothers them. There is a tradition. There's a tradition that jurors are anonymous. And I don't know where they get that. Other than the idea that jury service is not voluntary, you have to do it. And thus, forcing you to do something and then telling everybody who you are if they don't like you afterwards, that's not nice. But it's tradition. There are many courts that there is no anonymity. That there are even some courts where TV cameras are allowed in, where the only restriction is don't zoom in too close on each juror's face. Just keep the focus. You can show the jury, but the focus is on the defendant and the court proceedings. There are other courts that literally we watch the jury get selected. So, judge said once the verdict is reached, the jury will move immediately to sentencing phase. Hey, here's Bug.
Call from Bug.
Hey, Bug.
Hey.
Hey. How are you doing?
Good. Very good. Very happy.
We just got news that the judge is going to order the audio turned off for the verdict, for the cameras.
You're kidding.
And then, the jury reads it, And then after the jury read it, we'll turn the cameras back on, turn the audio back on, and then the court's going to read it again.
Oh, okay. How weird. They don't want the voice of the jury.
So we
or
get
juror.
right, even though the judge has outed them by name himself during the live stream, doesn't want their voice heard. Which is I was just pointing out the absurdity of this, because anyone who is local who has a high likelihood of knowing who these jurors are or caring who these jurors are can walk right into the courtroom and see them and be like, oh, I know that guy. Yeah.
Well, and this time I made the bailiff Pinky promise me that I could get back in the door if I came out to the truck to use the phone.
Okay.
So
I wrote a very strongly worded letter to the director of communications in Tennessee.
Thank you.
And talked about your constitutional rights, which the bailiff is violating, which could expose her to a lawsuit because qualified immunity doesn't apply when you do something that egregious. And so hopefully it doesn't happen again.
So when I walked in this morning, I was like, can I go right on in? And she had said, yes, you can go right on in.
Good. Okay.
But when I came up now to use the phone, I was just like, I'm just going to go to my bailiff. I call him my bailiff because he's the guy I've been, goofing around with. Made him make Pinky promise me I can get back in. So.
All right. So no action yet today. We haven't seen anything out of the courtroom. Did the jury come in at all before deliberation or anything?
I was 8 minutes late, and by that time they had come in and gone.
Okay. So no media didn't get to see that either. So.
Okay.
So it's fun, but. All right.
Isn't that crazy?
Well, I hope that Pinky promise holds and you get free access back and forth into the courtroom. And
yes.
And if not, let them know that you have a First Amendment right and a Tennessee Constitution right to attend any part of court that's open that the judge has not sealed. And if there's an order sealing that you'll be talking to a lawyer, just make it sound official, and ask for their badge number and a supervisor immediately. So.
Her supervisor is the Pinky promise guy.
All right, so you're good.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Thank you, Bug. I'll let you focus on that. Let me know if you hear anything, if you hear any rumbles as to anything that's happening, and let them back in. If you need backup, call Amber as well.
I will. I will.
All right.
Sounds good.
Good morning, Bug. Can't wait. Hope there's a verdict today. I think there will be. So.
Oh, you guys don't know that part?
What?
I thought you knew that part.
What part?
There is a verdict.
There is a verdict?
That's what they're saying.
What?
I mean, I haven't heard it from the lawyers, but it's on WJHL, and WCYB is announcing that there is a verdict, and they'll be read at 2. I mean, not at 2. Give them 2 hours, and that would be 10 if it was 8. That they had already come up with their decision last night when they's eaten.
Are you serious? I'm not seeing this anywhere online.
Did you
Law and Crime is saying... Let's see.
Look under WJHL.
Okay.
News Channel 11. I think it's 11. It's been a hot minute since I had...
Yeah, that's 11. They say that they'll continue deliberating today. That's it.
That's it? Well, let me go do some more digging.
I'm not seeing anything from any news outlet. I mean, I believe Court TV still has a timer going showing that they're deliberating. Law and Crime has just announced a few minutes ago that they're, the latest count on the deliberation timer.
Well, keep your eye peepers open because it might just go up real quick.
We won't start the other trial yet. We'll wait for a little bit. You said 2 hours?
Yeah, they were given a 2-hour window for people to show up if they wanted to watch.
Okay. We'll start digging on our end to see if we can find anything. This seems weird. Don't miss it because you might be the only person that gets to hear it. So...
Well, I'm going to run back in, so
right.
I'll be back at you later.
Thank you, Bug. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Bye.
All right. Bye.
Man, this obviously not confirmed yet, but I'm not seeing WJHL is not saying that. I'm wondering if they anticipate that. I mean, a lot of people might say, I think this is what happened, that we think that the jury has a verdict and they just wanted to sleep on it and make sure it was right. Get one last free night at the hotel, swim in the pool, get that free breakfast down there in the lobby. It's probably some speculation that was overheard. But we'll hold tight with this before we start the other one. Let's see. You guys have been sharing with me a video that the defense attorney did an interview with a news channel. I can't show the video itself, but talked about predominantly the part that was interesting to me was why why Megan didn't take the stand. And he actually said that, we thought she was going to. We were going to. That was the plan. But after the ME testimony, both ME testimonies, and they both agreed that they couldn't definitively say that Evelyn died because of how her body was wrapped. That she could have died previous to that and then been wrapped. They said, well, that right there, the state doesn't have a case. They haven't proved their case in that. So why put her on the stand? Why risk it? So. Interesting. Can you fill me in on what the mic drop was yesterday? Oh, man, Holly Mac. The mic drop yesterday in court. The mic drop yesterday morning, the mic drop was 2 days ago where the ME said, after being threatened with contempt of court, and if you missed it, Courtroom Confidential did a great breakdown of the last witness on the stand. As she's up there, she's the ME. She's the one that was very professional, very confident, and also had a dog in the fight, and was clearly brought in to testify that yes, this was murder. I loved how Josh broke this down. He described this as he made it a moment that was for the defense, a win for the defense when they didn't need to. There was no reason for the state to give them a win. But the way she drew that out, the way she resisted answering the question, and the way she fired off a snarky remark at the end, made it a win for the defense. And it literally was a good point in the defense's column, which didn't have to be there. The judge then, yesterday morning, first thing he did was instruct the jury to disregard that little snarky comment. And then so because it was inappropriate, saying, well, no, I can't say she may have been murdered some other way before then. That was outside of her realm of expertise, said the judge. Still surprised the defense had no case. Could they not find a single witness? The burden isn't on them. I'm sure they could have people that would come in and testify, but I wholeheartedly disagree, Judy. I absolutely agree. absolutely feel that getting both medical examiners to say that they cannot definitively say that she died of asphyxiation is a win for the defense, because that is what the state's claiming. It's a notch against one of the elements that the state has to prove in a specific charge of first-degree premeditated murder. Let's see, the burden's not on them, but as a juror, I think I would want to hear. I would have hoped to hear, because I think if anyone could have cleared up the timeline, it would have been her. But I just, after watching all those videos of her giving interviews and being interrogated, it would just be another story. I mean, this would be the next version, is all we hear. Even if she had sat down and raised her hand and sworn to tell the truth, as every witness does, I would be like, yeah, really? And what's it going to be tomorrow? You know, she could have told the truth, like verbatim, exactly as it happened. And I don't think I would believe it at this point. So the jury knows she lies. So it was probably a good decision to keep her off the stand, especially if she can't help it, right? If she lies because she can't help it. Hey, Amber, how's it going?
Breaking news: verdict reached in Megan Boswell.
All right, thank you, Amber.
Welcome.
4 hours of deliberation is all it took for the jury to reach a verdict in the trial of Tennessee versus Megan Boswell, a young mother accused of killing her infant daughter, hiding her body, and lying to everyone that asked about her. This trial has been a difficult one to watch. The testimony has been heart-wrenching as we hear just how many people wanted to step in and were not able. We're going to bring court to you here in just a second. Hold on one moment here. Looks like the judge has returned to the courtroom. Megan Boswell is not present yet. The prosecution is there. We do know that when this verdict is read initially, we are not going to hear it. The judge has ordered the audio and the cameras to be turned off as the juror foreperson reads the verdict. Then cameras can turn the audio back on and the verdict will be reread a second time for the benefit of the listening audience. The purpose of that is to keep us from knowing the voice or the identity of the jury member. Let me see here. We're just getting set. Excuse me, it takes a minute. We felt it was going to happen, and I wanted to wait just for this very reason. 4 hours is a quick verdict. Very quick verdict. Trying to get all our sources in a row to get everything in position here. I completely lost the timer. That's what I did. I swiped the wrong direction and it disappeared. 4 hours roughly of deliberation is what we have. So no audio yet in the courtroom. As soon as that becomes available, we'll share it with you. We anticipate everything. The proceedings might be very quiet. So when you're like, hey, I can't hear anything, it's because it's too many buttons. It's because the judge has ordered it. So all the proceedings, including people standing up, facing the jury, the bailiff walking around, talking to people, handing papers, we may not hear anything during that until after the verdict is read initially by the jury. Wow. So Bug is in the courtroom. She's gone back in. And let's see, the Zoom feed is up. Zoom feed is provided so that family members, witnesses, people who have the right to be there, but for some reason are too far away, are able to participate. I had one job. It was 4 hours. 4 hours of deliberation. I would say it was 4 hours and 15 minutes. It is verdict time. I'm going to update the stream to reflect that in the title. I'm nervous as well. Al Sleep says, I didn't realize they had all the evidence in the courtroom in this phase. I thought it all went back to the jury room. Looks like a big box. All of it's being boxed back up by Kyle, who is the lieutenant over the officers that run the courtroom for the judge. Sentencing phase is going to be closed off. It will. We're not going to hear it till after the jury reads the verdict in court. Then the court will reread the verdict for the benefit of the cameras, and we're going to hear it then. If she's found guilty of first-degree murder, the jury will decide her sentence, but lesser charges the court will decide. Melissa, I've seen that when it applies to the death penalty, which I thought was not on the table here, but I'm not sure. Tennessee is a death penalty state. If she is convicted of first-degree premeditated murder, typically on the books, the death penalty is an option. So the jury might have an additional deliberation of some sort to do then. That's the sentencing phase. It was the end of jury instructions yesterday. I might have slept through that. I think it's only first degree that they would decide the sentence for, though, right? She will be present. They're waiting. I realize that she probably has to either be transported or is not like just sitting in the room outside the courtroom, a holding cell. So that it might be a little bit of time bringing her in. Also, it might be some time before the verdict is read, as the court's preparing all the documents and paperwork necessary to wrap this up and put a bow on it. They won't bring her in until it's time to do something. Jury still decided the sentence length for first degree. It's not a death penalty case. She's not here yet. Brown Barn. We use that verdict music, and I almost feel like I need to explain why we do that. First of all, I have a ton of respect for the judicial system, and I don't believe it's like solely a spectator sport. But that verdict music is probably the most spectator sportish thing we do on the channel. I know, and I've had a lot of people tell me and ask in chat or on the burner phone saying, can you send out some sort of signal or something when the verdict comes in? Because I always just have it playing in the background and I don't want to miss it. That is our signal. The verdict music is the signal. We play it loud. It hits hard because we want everyone to know that this is the moment that they've been watching and waiting for in the trial. and we bring everybody together that way. Yeah, it gets me ready from the other room. It's like a call. Something's going down. That's why we do it. That's why we put the music up there every single time we have a verdict. I love it. I love that a lot of you bring me to your workplaces, that you have me on in the living room when you're doing your chores around the house, on the TV, and the least I can do is let you know when something big's about to go down. And there's not much heads up we get in court related to big things going down. A lot of things just happen on the fly. It's like, hey, did you just catch that? But the verdict is one thing we do get notice of. So happy to help. Ryan Apple Snapple, welcome. Good to have you here, my friend. I'm grocery shopping. Margaret from Scotland. Hello, we've got some great followers in Scotland. Appreciate you joining us from the other side of the pond. You made me spill juice one time for a verdict. Oh, Michael Makeup, I'm sorry you're not feeling well. Do get feeling better quickly. I'm glad we can sort of make the time pass a little quicker. Take your mind off it, but get back to being full health and doing the things you want to do, which could be the same thing you're doing right now, but be healthy when you do it. I'm at the University of Kansas Medical Center, and you're with me. Sheila Means, thank you. Husband heard verdict music and busted into my office like he was the popo asking if there's a verdict. There is a verdict. We do have a verdict. We are waiting right now for that verdict to be read. It's going to be different, and I probably need to have a pinned message on the screen for that to let you know. The judge has ordered us to have the audio off on the live stream. It might even be cameras off. Depends just how strict he is. But the judge has ordered audio off while the jury reads the verdict. So we possibly will see the defendant's reaction to the verdict before we hear the verdict, which will be read after the jury then hands the verdict to the bailiff, and then the judge himself will probably read it to us. So we'll get it a little bit delayed. We'll probably get a good indicator if we're able to see Megan during that portion of what the verdict will be. The song, the jury song, or the verdict song is it's one of the free songs that YouTube provides for partners in the partner program. It is, I think you can find it on YouTube as like one of those royalty free songs. But the name I have it under is different than what it is on the internet. Jennifer says, why was the defense able to speak about the last Emmy's final statement and closing arguments after the judge told the jury to ignore it? Thanks for all you do. That's a great question, Jennifer. And I will tell you that it was their motion. They're the ones who objected and said, Judge, she shouldn't be allowed to say that. That hurts our client. That was improper. When it's their motion, they can open the door to it again. It sort of wastes the time. But the jury still, under the judge's order, can't consider it in their deliberation, saying, well, yep, that she must have been murdered before then. That they can't consider that for the guilt phase, but he definitely can bring it up and saying, look what they did. You know, they're trying so hard to get a conviction. They have nothing. Their own ME. You saw her. You know, how believable is she? How much can you trust her? Is she credible now in your eyes? When you can see that no matter what, she doesn't want to answer the question, and she tries to get jabs in. She just wants a conviction. So she was able to do that, but obviously the prosecution would not have been able to bring that up. Which this is one more way. I think it is a little win in the notch for the defense as far as we're not talking about the war. Okay, we're not talking about winning the war. It's a little battle, right? And the battle in courtroom back and forth between the two sides, they're jockeying for position, and sometimes you win an objection, sometimes the other one does. It was one of those little wins. It doesn't mean that Megan Boswell will go free as not guilty because the ME wasn't able to say for sure. Doesn't mean that, but it's just a little tiny notch, and all those little notches add up. OG Boy Mama ×3. They made a whole commercial about your verdict browse for the Super Bowl. I still have not seen this commercial. I have not seen any of the commercials for the Super Bowl yet. But Deliberation time, I did the math. We were off just a tiny bit. I think it was 4 hours and 15 minutes of deliberation time is when we heard. It might have been a few moments before then that the news actually broke because our court watcher, Bug, called thinking we already knew there was a verdict. She said, yeah, they've got a verdict. You haven't heard? We hadn't. It hadn't come out yet. But now it sounds like the Bug was right. We're waiting for the word to filter through the interwebs to us. Is Megan going to be in court for the verdict? Yes, she will. She'll be in court and the judge will have her stand. Lawyers are usually cordial with each other. The good lawyers can fight like, arch enemies in a courtroom and then go out to lunch with the other side after. I think that's an important attribute where we can separate work from our personal feelings. Even though, it might hurt, one side's going to walk out of here a loser, right? One side's going to walk out saying everything I've poured into this case for the last X number of years, I guess was for naught. And that's just how court works. But there's another case, they can't, I don't think any of the lawyers will be like, well, should have tried harder. I should have won that one. They did well. Both these sides fought very hard. What was the Emmy's stake in the verdict? Not that she had a stake. It's not like she would win if Megan Boswell is convicted. It's just she feels that Megan Boswell is guilty. And that's apparent in how she testified and her hostility towards defense on cross-examination, where twice the judge had to order her to answer a yes-no question. That comes through. The jury sees that. And it makes the jury appear to be, or the witness to be biased one direction or another. Let's see. Not me yelling through Walmart, guilty, guilty, not realizing I have my earbuds in, says Corey. People might be looking. If Bug was right, they had a verdict last night and just needed to complete the forms today. Deliberation time was even shorter. That would put us all the way back down to, well, as far as when the jury decided, 2 hours and 45 minutes, roughly. I think 2 hours and 57 minutes is where they ended last night. And that would match what we heard when the judge said, hey, I want to send you home. And the jury's like, no, let us come back. Bring the food here. They were going to have dinner at the hotel. They brought the food to the courthouse, but there must have just been so much paperwork to go through. All right. All right, I'm trying to catch up. Will there be impact statements? I don't know. I realize chat is really busy. If we can right now, if we can try to keep the comments just relevant on the case at the moment, because it's moving very fast for everybody, and if we can limit our, I don't need mods to start deleting stuff, but limit our conversation to this. If you have a question for me, or if you got some information you think might be pertinent, there's Megan.
In front of the Walmart.
Try to tag me in that. Probably no poll necessary. We did a poll previously. As far as guilt goes, our poll showed probably 99% in the guilty, on the guilty side for this one. Thinking how will the jury vote? We also had some polls as far as how long the jury will deliberate, and most of us were for either last night or this morning as the result. And so obviously last night was not right, but sort of was as well if they had the decision by then and just had to finish the paperwork. It would indicate that the jury probably saw this case a lot like we do, and it's honestly not. Interesting choice with the bows and the hair. It's honestly not, I would say, not looking good for Megan. The bow was an interesting choice because look at this. This is the picture the jury's seen of her daughter with the bow and the hair, and then in comes Megan with the bow and the hair as well. I think that's the first day we've seen her with the bow and the hair. She dressed up for court for the first time. She pulled her hair back. I mean, she almost did a Letitia Stout impression with a hair fort previously. I know we're not supposed to attack looks, but she looks like a different person today in court than we've seen every other day. She looked, more forlorn, and I don't know what else. How would you describe that? She looks chipper. She does look happy. She looks vibrant now. She's more animated than we've seen her previously. It makes you wonder, was everything else, was her other appearance in court designed, or was it intentional to try to gain sympathy? Like, poor me, look at, I had a rough upbringing. Life is hard for me. And she's right, it is. She's had a rough upbringing. Life was hard for her. It doesn't justify murder, which the jury is going to determine if she's guilty of in just a moment. You think she's celebrating? Think she's going to be found innocent, needs to be camera ready for her interviews? She thinks she is. That's pretty optimistic. If that were the case, I would. They're going to approach Sidebar. You can tell she's nervous. Audio is off here. Please realize audio may be off for the entire verdict. That is not a problem. That is not a problem. They are going to read the verdict for us. The judge has ordered the audio to be turned off so that the jurors' identities, when they read the verdict, are not revealed. If she's told herself she's about to do an interview, I think that might be one last lie. Amanda says, what's our next case? Rose petals. I think we're headed to, South Carolina for that one. We're a couple days behind, so we'll be playing on 1.25 speed for catch-up, and then we'll be picking that up live. There's Mr. Scott. He gave an interview talking about why Megan had not testified in her case, and basically said, because the ME, as soon as both MEs said, no, we can't definitively say that she died because of, if she was dead before she was placed in that, wrapped and placed in the garbage. He said, that's all we needed. And he stopped there, which is interesting because even in his closing statements, he did not tell the jury, find my client not guilty. He didn't. He never even suggested what they should do, other than do the right thing, and follow the rules and do the right thing, and there's this room for doubt. All he did was admit that my client's a liar. She lies. She's a lying liar who lies. We got that at the beginning. We got that at the end. And wow. The verdict has not been read. The verdict will be read in silence for us. The mics will be off. The judge will then, at the appropriate time, instruct the cameras to turn the mics back on, and then the verdict will be reread for us. It is likely that we will watch the reaction to the verdict before we hear the verdict itself. So this is all just to keep. It's what the judge has thought up to keep the juror's identity anonymous, even though he has outed them by name on TV. Apparently their voice is one step too much. Lady Butterfly, member for 1 month. Thank you, whoever sent the free memberships. Thank you, Lady Butterfly. Thanks for thanking them. This is a very generous community. I'm glad you got one. That is awesome. All right. True Crime and Trash TV says the real father should be found. He should sue for wrongful death. I think they have. Well, we believe that the real father is known. The state knows who the real father is not, and we believe they know who the real father is as well. All right. People are standing. This we anticipate the jury's coming in here. We're going to be watching for reactions, and I don't know how quick this is going to happen. I don't know what the process is, how much of the document they read, if they just come in and say, is this unanimous? Yes. What's the verdict? Guilty. It may be extended, because remember, there are 20 charges here that may be read by the jury. It could be 5-10 minutes of us watching court proceedings with no sound. and then it will be reread afterwards. So just buckle up for that. This might be a little weird. Everyone else is going to sit down except for the defendant when the verdict is read, I believe. So we'll get a view again. Okay, the judge facing the jury, addressing them. Asking if there's a verdict. For the first time, we see Megan looking to the jury. She's tried not to make eye contact for quite a while. Just a little overexposed on the shot here. It's a little bit bright. There's no sound here on purpose. I apologize, and those are coming in. The judge has ordered the audio to be turned off for this portion. He is going to reread the verdict. And I think we right there got our answer. Megan's demeanor changed drastically just a couple seconds ago. Her lawyer looked over to check on her, a brief nod. This does not look celebratory. We can tell she's crying. Remember, there are 20 charges which are going to be read first in court. Audio in court is turned off for the cameras. Only the media individuals present and the people in court can hear this. Then the whole verdict will be reread by the judge. I think it's safe to assume that that we have at least one guilty verdict as the first. On the first charge. As to what level, whether it was a lesser included or whether it was first-degree murder, looks like we're hearing first-degree murder guilty. Channel 11 says guilty first degree. We're going to get this read to us in just a moment. We can see her reaction. Right now, the first degree charge was the big one. It stands to reason that all the following charges would be guilty if the first one was premeditated murder. If the first one was a not guilty, then of course, or if it was a lesser included, we might have some different mixture of that. But it appears that this might be a clean sweep. As soon as the 20 verdicts are read for the different charges, the judge is going to allow the audio to be turned back on in the courtroom. We're going to hear possibly the judge reread that verdict for our benefit. His whole purpose was just to keep the jury anonymous in this case, which I think there were easier ways to do, but it's the judge's house, and he makes the rules. Megan quickly changed her demeanor. She's now back to looking down, no longer making eye contact with the jury. We can tell she's emotional, and the happy enthusiasm or optimism, I guess you might call, that we saw in her as she walked into court. Nearly bouncing into court with the bows on the hair and a new look from Ayden quickly has reverted back to something that's been more familiar to us throughout this trial from her. Just as a side note, while we're waiting to get audio from court, there's a chance we might interview the second chair on the defense. We've made some contact there, and he's expressed interest in talking to us. He hasn't played a huge role in the speaking part in court, but it might be interesting to discuss second chair defense, what's happening. All right, looks like we might be nearing the end of the charges. I've always wondered what a defense attorney says to the client when it doesn't go their way. What do you lean over and tell them in their ear? Are you saying, don't worry, we'll appeal, or are you saying, we talked about this. This is, it'll be okay. It's one day at a time. The defense attorney says it's not over, we'll appeal. Oftentimes the appellate attorney is a different attorney. Looks like jury's still reading charges. Remember, their pages, the instructions, the booklet with the verdict had at least 48 pages in it. And I realize, let's see. Megan Flutters, we are waiting to hear the verdict. The judge, in a very unique, first time we've ever seen it situation, has ordered that the cameras have the audio turned off while the verdict is read the first time by the jury. And we presume that is still happening right now. As soon as that jury member, the jury foreperson, is done reading the verdict, and possibly after they are polled, if the judge or defense wants them polled, which is where they ask if each member of the jury agrees with the verdict, if that's a just and true verdict, and they still believe the same way. Once every juror has spoken and their voices won't be heard anymore, the judge is going to reread the verdict for our benefit, and we're going to hear again. But we're watching first a silent film of reaction, and I'm just left to guess at what's happening here. It doesn't look like those are tears of joy. It doesn't look like Megan has many reasons to celebrate right now.
So it is a life in prison or with or without parole.
Count 17, false report, guilty.
All right, so that is guilty on all false report charges. You may remember at the start of the trial, they did drop one of those false reports. There was originally a count 18, a false report that was dropped. So I believe now the next charge in this we should be hearing would be abuse of a corpse.
Count 18. Oh, yes, count 19, abuse of a corpse.
18 was pulled, so we're at 19 in the indictment. So we are, one more charge here would be failure to report a death under suspicion.
That's a news feed that's reporting it through text. We're going to hear that in just a minute. I think they're asking now to poll the jury. The judge probably said, would you like the jury polled? And he either said yes or no. This is that what you're hearing is a new. I brought in a news commentator just briefly who was reading Twitter basically. The judge is now saying he's saying the jury should leave, or that, or hand the jury's instructed to leave right now. So jury's leaving. I think the judge is going to reread these charges for us and the verdict. There he goes. It's being handed the paperwork right now. And I believe once we sit down, we will once again get audio and be able to hear this. It's an odd way to do it.
Murder. To judgment of this court, you are guilty. In count 2, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of first-degree murder and the perpetration of a felony, it's a judgment of this court, you are guilty. In count 3, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of first-degree murder and the perpetration of a felony, it's a judgment of this court, you are guilty. In count 4, a judgment of your peers having found you guilty of aggravated child abuse, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 5, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of aggravated child neglect, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 6, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of tampering with evidence, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 7, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 8, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 9, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 10, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 11, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 12, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. Count 13, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. Count 14, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 15, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 16, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 17, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 19, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of abuse of a corpse, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. And in count 20, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In counts 4 through 20, the jury did not assess a fine, so there will be no fine assessed in those counts. Now we'll be in recess about 15 minutes. Thank you. Court stands in recess.
So with that, she's guilty. She's guilty of every charge that was filed against her. It looks like they did not assess fines for the smaller crimes, which had I think like $2,500 or $3,000 maximum limits. The higher crime, which I think first degree murder was carried a penalty of possibly I think it was $50,000. They may have assessed fines. We did not get to hear what it was. The judge, in his infinite wisdom, determines that for us, those of us on the live stream side, don't need to hear the verdict being read by the jury. Not a decision I'm fond of, to tell you the truth. But Megan now taken into custody. She will remain in custody. This is a situation, I think, where the jury is going to decide where it's life without parole. We'll give them about 15 minutes to come back and tell us what the next steps are. If the jury is in fact going to deliberate on her punishment, or if they're going to be cleared here. But 15 minutes, the jury has been excused. They have not been dismissed yet. They've been sent back to the jury room, but not dismissed yet. Guilty as charged. Not a surprise for many in this one. Missy Pants, thank you very much for gifting a membership. Most counts were for false reporting. Mommy and Daddy always taught me it was worse to lie. I think the lying did make it worse in a big way in this one. Bug Dugger's calling in now.
Call from Bug.
Hey, Bug.
Right.
Tell me, we only heard from where the judge started reading. What happened? What happened this morning?
Well, what part did you get? Judge started reading on what?
When he said, count 1, haven't been found guilty by your peers, you're adjudicated guilty. Count 2, that's where we started.
Okay, yeah. Other than that, it was surprisingly, the woman I had picked, the can't fix your face woman, for the foreman. So, I mean, so she just read off all of what the judge had said.
Did they? What was the fine they assessed on the first? Do you remember how much the fine was?
They didn't assess any fines.
Or at least they didn't read any.
No, nothing. They said 0 fine.
What was your impression watching Megan walk into court today with a very different look than what we've seen throughout court?
Wasn't she prim and proper?
Yeah.
Yeah, I felt weird about that in a way. Because she's been so scraggly all this time, and then she comes in with a bow on her hair bow.
Yeah.
Which I found kind of cute, and but it's very different. Very different.
What was attendance like in the courtroom? Was there a lot of people? Was family there for this one? Was Tommy
I do not know if family was there. It was packed, standing room only. It was packed.
Wow.
Yeah.
So we've got guilty verdicts across the board, no lesser includeds. Everything was guilty as charged, which would be a clean sweep for the prosecution.
Yeah.
Megan's demeanor changed dramatically as soon as that first verdict was read. The bubble.
I did not think that. I have to tell me, yeah.
She had almost like a bubbly, bouncy type, a jovial. It might have been nerves, but it came across as she was quick to turn the head to talk to people, whereas on previous days she's been much more subdued in her actions and more looking down. And she had her chin up. She had her chin up. She was facing it, with a lot of, I think, optimism, which rapidly disappeared. But why the change in look? What did the judge tell the jury? They're going out right now to deliberate on punishment?
Apparently defense has some witnesses to put up, so they're going out for a break for a minute for them to get their stuff together, and then they'll be brought back in, and we have a little bit more.
So is this going to be like West Virginia's? This is like a mercy phase where they determine whether or not she gets life without parole?
I did not hear mercy phase. I didn't hear that, but it was just sentencing is what the judge said. Was it not? He said that we've got to do some work on the sentencing part or something. Yeah. I don't know.
He gave us 15 minutes. So that's still coming. Usually when you have life without parole, it is or when you have guilty first degree premeditated murder, there's like a minimum mandatory, right? And that's really high. I'm not sure what the range is in Tennessee for that particular crime as far as punishment goes, but if it is always life without parole, it's funny, the judge has no robe on now. It's just in his white shirt. I've seen that a couple times. They will do sentencing right away. If there is a possibility that it could be anything from 25 years to life without parole, then you sometimes see we'll have a pre-sentence investigation, and we'll have all this work, and it could be 30, 60, 90 days down the road before the sentencing actually takes place.
Mm-hmm.
But defense calling people would indicate this is some level of victim impact statement.
It could be. Could very well be. There was a little bit of around me, so I couldn't hear totally what was happening up there. Are they doing something right now? Are they?
No, they're not in court. The judge has his robe off and he's walked back to chambers. But he did say when he left, well, he's back in court now, but his robe's still off. When he left, he said, "Give us 15 minutes." So any minute now, they're going to be back. Well,
all right.
Probably
Well,
10,
I'm going to get
15.
off.
All right. Thank you, Bug. We'll see you.
You're welcome.
Bye.
All right.
Judge is back, but he's not in his robe, so he's not ready. He'll leave. He'll go to his chambers, put the robe back on, and then come out officially. This is sort of an indicator to the cameraman that that he has to stay on the seal during this portion. We're not going to be looking around the courtroom. What is Evelyn's Law? Pause. Evelyn's Law was passed as a response to this very case. That's why it's named Evelyn's Law. What it does is, in the state of Tennessee, it increases the penalty and decreases the amount of time that, it sets a time limit that a parent has to report a missing child in. It basically is it's an incentive not to just let your kid be missing and not tell anyone about it, because now the punishment is greater. The idea is, hopefully, that if a child is missing, we find out and the public's able to do something before it's too late, although that may not have been the case in Evelyn's situation. So many people watched this case and just said, if I had known, I would have done something, right? If I had had any indication there was a problem, I would have done something. And the law was sort of a reaction to that, to say, here, maybe we can find out next time. Maybe we can find out sooner, when there's still a chance, when there's still time, when someone can still step in. First degree is either life without parole or death penalty in Tennessee, but they've said this isn't a death penalty case, and I don't think they're asking for that. I don't think the state is seeking that. Also, if there's a law now, a family member can contact law enforcement and they may be able to actually do something about it earlier. New Bunk Foss says, I know this was said several times, but the similarities with Megan Boswell and Letitia Stout is wild, cut from the same cloth. Very, very similar. It's like creepily similar. See, I've learned today in Tennessee that the law stating you can take your infant to a safe place without repercussion is 2 weeks from birth. So it's only the first 2 weeks? Is that what you're saying, Cheryl Ann? Yeah, that is how laws. We're not here to discuss, politics and laws and stuff like that, but a lot of laws are reactionary. And ironically, this law, even though it's named for Evelyn, I don't think would have helped. But it might raise awareness in other situations where we can help, where somebody could say, "Hey, I'm seeing some signs. I heard about this Megan and Evelyn situation. Just examining my own life, my own family, my own friend circle. I'm seeing red flags now I wouldn't have seen otherwise. And if it does that, I'm also supporting that." Please do be mindful. We have friends and family connected to the case in chat. We do have people locally who are connected to this case a lot closer than just being interested from afar. So please do be respectful to everybody. We would appreciate that. We also often have legal representatives from both sides who are watching the channel, sometimes just to get an idea of what a jury might be thinking, and sometimes to see if the message they've shared or the line of questioning that they've pursued was effective in getting a point across. So please do be kind. What's on my birthday? What's on my birthday, Amber? Megan will be 24 in March. I thought you said the 24th of March. I'm like, I know that date. With how much this woman lies, she's a danger to society. I really hope she doesn't get parole. It sounds like life without parole is most likely in the cards here. Pantoufle, curious, who advocated for Evelyn's Law? Family? I know you can look back. There were a couple lawyers, a couple lawmakers who signed on and sponsored it, but I don't know who went to them. oftentimes there might be an outside group that can present a proposed law to lawmakers and say, will you run this bill for us? Angelique, I think they did get it right. I'm never one to party at a verdict. I think it's always a sad day when there's a verdict, even when justice is done, because there are primary victims and there are secondary victims in a case, and the primary victims usually are the people who the charges address, right? Whether it's the victim in a murder trial such as this. The secondary victims are the witnesses who get dragged through this, who have to relive this event, who are now second guessing their actions and possibly will for the rest of their lives, saying, could I have done something different? Did I miss? Was it, is it my fault? And it isn't. But those questions arise, and they're secondary victims. They're also family members of the defendant, who for them it could be a sister, a daughter, a mother, a son, and they now have that person taken out of their lives. And granted, that person is the one person responsible for it, but it doesn't make them any less a victim for having their family torn apart and losing something they have. So be mindful of all the victims here. I don't want to celebrate for that reason. But Beth Tyson, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. Verdict watching is stressful. On this verdict, I would have felt a lot like Casey Anthony if they came back with a not guilty. I don't think they would have, because defense practically admitted to guilt on at least some of the lower charges at the very beginning. They didn't. I'm actually surprised she didn't plead guilty to some charges and not guilty to others. But she pled not guilty in front of the jury, and she said, that's my story and I'm sticking to it, even though it was 7 different versions. Yeah, it's a sad day. It's a day where you can smile a little bit inside and say, well, at least we got justice for Evelyn. But the whole case is terrible and sad. All right, we are going to be picking up a new case here in just a little bit. We're going to wait until this court comes back and see what happens with the sentencing, what the schedule is. Judge has his robe on, so it looks like here soon we're going to be hearing something. But we're going to be jumping to the Rose Petal case, which we're 3 days, well, it's day 3 in that case, so we're going to be doing catch-up in that trial. I'll portal us over to the new stream so we can separate everything, and people on the Rewatch crew will be able to find it. But we're going to be picking up that case. It's crazy. It's got some wild facts that the judges ruled don't apply to this case, and we hope they stay out. Involving some pretty sensitive, yucky stuff. But we're gonna follow that case and pick that up here in just a minute. So if you do like watching trials with us, please do click the subscribe button. We would love it. We're a fun little community. We're all friends. We don't always agree, and that's great. I love that. But we just ask that if you disagree, please do it in a respectful way. We ask you not to call names. Don't shout in all caps. The idea is that we can have a discussion and learn from each other. I can learn from you. I can change my mind because you present information that makes me smarter, makes me understand something I didn't previous to that. I love that, and I'd ask you to join us for that. Just if you can be respectful to everyone, not just here in chat amongst friends, but also to the members of the courtroom, as we are, by extension, part of the media and judged for how we act in our little, annex of the court as well. Selena K, thank you. I appreciate it. I know you had requested that this is a trial we follow, knowing that it was a hard one, and we probably are not going to follow another one this difficult for a while. These are really hard on us emotionally, but I appreciate it, and I think this was a good one to follow for what it does. Let's see. Yeah, the local veterinarian tech murdered. She was found with rose petals around her body, stabbed 23 times in South Carolina. That's where we're headed. Lots of questions. This is going to be an interesting trial, but we're going to catch up as quickly as we can on that trial. and be able to, I don't know, we might even work Saturday. What do you guys think? Should we do a Saturday? Because if we do day 1, day 2, day 3, so we could be all caught up if we work Saturday for Monday. Rebecca, thank you very much. Appreciate the support from you and from Buttercup. Barb, thank you. I love it. We have some people in chat in the community who almost always disagree with me 100% of the time. I think it's great because it does challenge my opinion. It causes me to stop and reflect and reanalyze how I got to where I am and try to look at it from a different vantage point and understand better. Regina just gifted 5 memberships to some of the new subscribers. Thank you, Regina, for that generosity. Reminder also that, again, tonight we have a podcast on this channel. We call it the Not Relevant Podcast because it takes a step back from the heavy, difficult court cases we follow every day of the week here in this, every weekday on this channel, and have a little more lighthearted moment. So if you subscribe to the channel and the next notification you get is that we are going live with a Not Relevant Podcast, and you're like, why are they talking about funny things in the news and everything? It's because we do want to sort of reset mentally and rebalance a little bit our lives, so we're not every day just talking about depressing, heavy things. So please join us for that. It is a lot of fun. I don't think you'll regret it. Like only 5% or so of people who watch regret watching the podcast, and I might be forced to eat something really yucky on the podcast tonight. Lemon says, "RA penalty phase is now." Yes, we're jumping to that. We're watching right now. Sloth Life from Scotland gifted a membership. Thank you very much. Katsa, Utah, welcome to the gallery. Do we need to unsubscribe and sub again to be gifted? Nope. Stay subscribed, because if you unsubscribe, you won't be able to talk for 5 minutes in chat. But what you can do is if one of the mods will type !gifts in chat, there's a link that will pop up. You have to tell YouTube you're willing to receive a gift before they'll give you one. YouTube doesn't want to give you something you don't want. And so if you click on this link in the chat window off to the side before it scrolls off the screen, and make sure you switch off to the right, indicating that yes, you want to be eligible for gifts. That'll make it possible. And then you just have to cross your fingers and hope, because from there it's all left up to YouTube as to whether or not you receive a gift. This court, interesting thing about this court, it's only the second one in a long time where we've had a sequestered jury, meaning the jury does not get to go home until all their work is done. The case has to be done. They've been living in a hotel together and being brought to court, shuttled back and forth, isolated away from news media, from their cell phones, from contact with the outside world, trying to keep them in an environment where they can make this decision that they made today based entirely on the evidence they heard in court, and not on anything that's happening swirling around with all this media attention outside of court. So this jury, we believe, is still sequestered at this point as they begin the sentencing phase. All right. Hi, Vicky Gentry. Thanks for clicking the subscribe button. Thank you very much. Monday is President's Day, so I don't think there will be court. Hey, Lori, if that's the case, now if we can confirm that in the Petals, Rose Petals case, we probably won't work Saturday then. That'll give me an opportunity to fix my bathroom, the remodel, which is taking months longer than it should have. I can work on that on Saturday, and then we can, on Monday, for the holiday, we can still hold court and just do a catch-up day. Looks like we're coming back to court right now for the sentencing phase. Let's listen in and hear what happens.
Mr. Scott, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. We need to bring the defendant in.
Because we're prepared with 2 witnesses right now. We have a witness still on the way. She's not far away, hopefully.
Right. Well, the state will go first, and then...
I don't think it's going to help much.
I don't think the state has anybody.
We're going to draw it out.
If your screen's blurry, you might want to refresh your page. YouTube has sometimes, if your bandwidth is a little low or has a little blip, it may reset to a lower resolution.
Yeah, well, yeah, we talked about that.
Laura, I was explaining that the sequestered jury, because they are kept away from their families, the judge announced that they were going to have court on Saturday, and we did have 1 day of court on Saturday this last week. It was treated as if it was just a regular day in court. It helps reduce the total time that the jury is kept away from their family, and you know, if the jury hadn't deliberated or hadn't reached the verdict today or tomorrow, they would have been deliberating Saturday as well. Looks like Megan made some eye contact with somebody seated behind her. She might have some friends or family there in court.
If the jury's ready, we'll bring them in.
We anticipate this phase of the trial is going to be much like victim impact statements. The jury's still here, meaning they still have a decision to make, possibly on the sentence. Specifically, I think that's the only thing that's left. It might just be determining whether or not they go with the maximum that's being sought in this case. Jury is being let in.
Point at him, please. No, I meant that. No. Oh, well, that's
Not sure what that was about. They did glance over towards the cameras.
Everyone stand, please.
I gave it to you yesterday.
You may be seated. Thank you.
All right, General.
Judge, the state would introduce it. I'm sorry.
You can do an opening statement if you'd like to.
Okay. No, state doesn't need to do any opening statement.
Do you have an opening?
I do.
Okay.
That gives an opening.
Ladies and gentlemen, although I may not agree with your verdict, I respect your verdict. I respect you. I thank you for your time. And I have one more thing to ask you. You have to make a decision now, and that decision is it's going to mean the difference. If you sentence Megan Boswell to life in prison, she'll be released when she is probably 69 years old. That'll be 8. She's been in jail. You probably realize she has been in jail since she was 18 years old. She went to jail February the 25th of 2020, and she hasn't been released. So with that said, if you give her a life sentence, it would be 51 years. That's what I'm asking you to do. If you give her a life without sentence, she will never be released from prison. That's the difference. So it would be the difference between her being released at what I believe would be 69 to 70 years old or never being released. In doing this process, and Judge Goodwin will read you some very short jury instructions compared to what you heard yesterday. You look at statutory aggravating factors and mitigating factors. And in this case, the state will submit the age of the child as the aggravating factor. Our mitigating factors, we've listed several of those. They include no significant criminal history, her youth and age at the time the offense was committed. She was 17 when she had Evelyn. She was 18 when Evelyn died. You'll hear more about her unstable and chaotic home life. You'll hear from her mother, Angela Boswell. She's here today. You'll hear from Angela about domestic violence that Megan witnessed between her parents. You'll hear from Angela about drug use that Megan witnessed her parents engage in. You also hear about her schooling. It wasn't seamless, and how one of her primary role models was her grandfather, Tommy Boswell's father. He died when I think she was 11 or 12 years old. You'll hear that. And finally, you'll hear a little bit about her younger siblings, Elijah and Charlotte. Elijah has a disability that Megan has looked after him and tried to help take care of him. And then you're also feel free to look at any other thing you've heard in the proof and making that decision as far as mitigating factor. Anything else you've heard in all the proof from any of the witnesses, and also you'll probably hear from Gail Kite. You've heard from her once before, but you'll hear a little bit more from her about the shape Megan was in when she came into her home, and you'll hear from we expect to call Mary Boswell. She is Megan's grandmother. I think most of you recognize the name Old Mommy at this point. You'll hear from her and what she witnessed and her participation in raising Megan. So
she's the one that's still.
It's a hard decision. It's not a light decision. You've made a hard decision already, and it's my hope that after you see this, you will come to the conclusion that maybe at 69 years old, it would be fair for her to be released from prison.
Might not be the best move to say a mitigating factor is that she cared for her little brother when she couldn't care for her own daughter.
Yes, Judge. This time the state would introduce a copy of birth certificate of Evelyn Boswell.
All right. That'll be Exhibit 262. I'm going to keep the exhibits in sequential numbers, but I've started a new sheet for the sentencing part. It'll be Exhibit 262.
State doesn't have a lot to present. Basically, they can say everything you heard in the main case, consider that, and whatever we present here. But they don't have to repeat everything. It's not going to be...
Any other proof, General?
No, Judge. That's the state address.
That's it.
Mr. Scott.
Should we call Angel Boswell?
Angel Boswell is Megan's mom. She did not testify in the main trial, and interestingly enough, she's testifying now in defense of her daughter, who threw Angel under the bus for a lot of the time that people were searching for Megan, saying that she was the one responsible, that she had taken her, blamed her friends. But now, in this twist, Angel is now going to testify. This could be a little rough. This could have an edge to it. We know that Angel was in custody at one point. Does not appear to be now.
Raise your right hand, man. And state your name for me.
Angela Boswell.
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, man. Have a seat. If you'll pull the microphone down and talk straight into that microphone. Actually, you know what? I need to switch these.
Oh, this is going to be loud. Judge doing techie things. Says the witness needs the good mic. The cameraman is wincing. I mean, just cringing, watching the judge just yank the cables around. You have to reattach the lapel mic. Up, over, under, and through. There we go. Perfect. That's our mic, the one you're holding. That's us, Judge. Kyle. Good job. Good job. Oh, it's the literal mic drop right there. Okay, now we're going to be able to hear very well. The witness, anyway.
Thank you.
Ready to go, Judge? Ready. Ma'am, state your name for the record.
Angela Boswell.
You are Megan Boswell's mother?
I am.
Okay. Ms. Boswell, you know the purpose of being here today?
I do.
I want to ask you some about Megan's home life and growing up, but I guess I want to ask you first a little bit about yourself.
Okay.
And I'm asking you these questions, Ms. Boswell. I'm not trying to embarrass you or cast any aspersions.
No.
You married Tommy Boswell when you were how old?
First time 15.
You speak into that microphone just a little more, please.
The first time 15.
Okay. And when did you become pregnant with your first child with him?
I had my first in April and turned 16 in July. So.
Okay, and who was that child?
Tommy Jr.
Okay. And then you had Megan at some point. How old were you when you had Megan?
There's 8 years difference. I was almost 24.
It's okay. So, let's talk about Megan's life growing up. Would it be fair to say that during her lifetime she's witnessed drug use between you and her father?
Yes.
What type of drugs?
Opiates, mainly.
Scoot up and speak into that so the jury can hear you.
Opiates, mainly.
Okay. Did that drug use lead to other problems?
Yeah. Arguments, fighting, yes.
Okay. You say there
strife.
Strife
is what it brings, yes. Non-stop.
Is that something that went on pretty much her entire childhood growing up?
Yeah, from the time she was pretty little, yeah.
Okay. Good. Now,
age of consent is
did
18.
She witness fights between you and her father?
Yes.
Okay. I think at some point her father was convicted of aggravated assault and kidnapping.
Yes.
Were you the victim in that?
Yes.
Do you remember ever taking Megan to any NA, AA meetings with you?
Yes, I did.
How old was she when you did that?
She was probably about 7 or 8. First ones I started taking her to. 7 or 8, 8 or 9. Somewhere around in there, yeah.
Now due to the strife in your home, was she raised by her grandparents to some degree?
Yes.
Okay. What were their names?
Mary and Danny Boswell.
Okay. Mary Boswell, would that be who's known as a mommy?
Yes.
These problems, do you feel that it's partly your fault, the problems Megan's experienced?
No, absolutely. Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Now, unfortunately, your problems, they went on up into, we saw a video in here of you being brought down from the jail to talk with her in 2020.
Yeah.
So even up until the time she went to jail, you were in and out of jail.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I've been.
Have you been convicted of numerous crimes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, have you managed to straighten up at this point?
I have, yes.
You hoping to?
Yes. I pray every day and just, to do my best and try. I've learned the importance of a mother's role, but not for Megan, I didn't.
All right.
I failed her on that miserably.
And you're here asking the jury to give her a sentence of life as opposed to life without?
It's Maggie is, at her core, she is a generous, kind-hearted person. And through all Maggie's went through, Maggie still has potential. You know, she was trying so hard. You know, she didn't repeat my mistakes. Maggie learned from my mistakes. And she was trying to do better with Eve. You know, she wasn't repeating. And I think she got saddled with, you know, just because of my mistakes that she did. That was not it. That was not the case with Evelyn.
Would it be fair to say she didn't have a good role model for the mother should
No,
be?
no, she did not.
Okay. Answer any of Ms. Massimiliano and Mr. Harper's questions.
I don't have any questions, Judge.
Thank you.
Judge, at this time, I have some judgments of conviction on Tommy Boswell. I'd like to put in by agreement with Mr. Harper.
No objection, Judge.
Okay. I would ask these to be made the next 4 exhibits.
This is additional showing that that her life was rough. We've heard from her mom, who admits that she failed Megan. Now we're going to hear some of the criminal convictions of Tommy, her dad.
Mr. Scott, I want to enter the case number 61078 as exhibit 263. And the other 3 pages are 3 counts of the same case. So I'll make that a collective 263.
What is that case number, Your Honor?
62497.
Thank you.
This is the normal process for sentencing. This is not the evidence of whether or not she's guilty or not. That part is done. It's decided. The jury returned verdicts of guilty across the board earlier this morning. Now the jury only has to decide whether she spends the rest of her life in prison or if she gets released after 51 years.
Yeah, the first page is 263, case 61078, and case 62497. Those 3 pages, 264.
I think it was kind of the state not to question the mom. As I said, the mom did plenty of things wrong. But in some ways, she's also a secondary victim.
Kite. It's K-Y-T-E.
I believe so, Your Honor. I'll have her spell it. I think she was a witness in the trial, but I'll go back to that.
Second chair, this is only the second or third time he's been up. We haven't heard much from him during this trial. Played sort of like a background role for defense.
Raise your right hand and state your name for me.
Gail Kite.
Ms. Kite, you solemnly swear from the testimony you got to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, ma'am?
I do.
Speak out of that microphone.
Ms. Kite, good morning.
Good morning.
And just so I make sure here, spelling your last name, is it K-Y-T-E?
It is.
And Ms. Kite, you've previously testified in this hearing as a state's witness, is that correct?
That's correct.
Well, thank you for coming back for this part of it. I know Ms. Boswell appreciates that. How long have you been working in foster care?
15 years.
Do you remember when Megan Boswell came to you?
I do.
Do you recall what kind of shape she was in or state?
She was in bad shape. She was one of the worst children that I'd brought in as far as neglect.
What do you mean by that?
She was very malnourished. She's very skinny. Her hair was matted to her head with lice. Impossible to even get a comb through.
Okay. Well, Well, when she came to you, were you given any background? I imagine in foster care you're given background or information of where this child is coming from. Were you giving any of that?
I was.
And what were you preparing for?
In the intake papers, it mentioned trauma. It mentioned rape.
Did it give you any background or any information about her family background or makeup?
Not really.
Okay. Now, you said she came to you with lice. What did you do to try to help Megan?
Well, I took her to a beauty shop because there was no way to even begin to get a comb through. It was horrible. The beauty shop wouldn't touch it. They told me I offered to pay him $100 to go out back to cut her hair. And they said that they couldn't do it.
Yeah,
finally, the agency that we were with found a beautician that met me at a church that was willing to come in and give Megan a haircut. They gave her a bob, which looked really cute on her. But even after that we could get a comb through, it took close to 3 weeks, maybe a month, to get rid of the lice. Were just so bad. I had to get prescription medicine from the doctor. We got 2 bottles of that. I bought the comb that you run through that's supposed to kill the lice. And I know I practically traumatized the poor child because we'd go out on the porch and I'd run that comb through trying to make sure we got all the lice, and she'd sit there and tears would run down her hair. She got tired of me. It wasn't a pleasant situation. And then even when you do that, you still got to go through, you've got to thoroughly clean the bedding. Everything in the room has to be taken down, washed in hot water. But it was a rough time for her, very rough.
And you may have said, but she came to you how old?
She was 17 years old.
And she was pregnant.
17, pregnant, scared, didn't have a place to go.
And you believe that she had been raped or violently sexually assaulted. Were you given any background or information about her family, her mom and her dad?
I knew Mom was in and out of jail, and I knew her daddy owned a business.
Okay. Were you able to come to the opinion that she essentially came from a dysfunctional family?
I did.
Okay. And how long did she stay with you?
She stayed 4 months. When she came in, we got to work, got rid of the lice, got her registered for school. Where she was pregnant, she chose to do online schooling. She worked really hard getting her diploma. If a test didn't go right, she was on the phone the next day with the counselor getting it reset. I never had any problems trying to get her to do her schoolwork or anything. She hung with it.
Did she ever cause you any problems, disciplinary-wise or anything like that?
No.
Never?
No.
And did she seem to be thriving in a structured environment?
She did. She did.
Was she making friends?
Yeah,
she did.
Let's please be polite in chat. Chat's going
did
so
she
fast.
seem
I
to be
can't
progressing
catch it all.
and coming out of the state she was in when she came to you?
Let's be
She
kind.
very much so.
And she was with you for 4 months. Did you form a bond with her?
Oh, I did. We took up together immediately. It was during the winter. She learned me how to play card games. Winter days, we'd sit there and we'd play. Baby'd sleep. We'd play cards. But we formed a bond.
Did you take her to doctor's appointments?
I did.
How did she seem to feel about becoming a mother?
She was very excited.
Did you have conversations with her about that?
I did.
Did she seem to fully understand her roles and responsibilities of what was going to be required of her?
She did. Megan practically raised her younger sister Charlotte and her brother Elijah. She had plenty of experience with younger children.
How did you know that?
Well, mostly from conversations with Megan, and just I could tell by the way she took care of Evelyn at the house. You know, she knew how to heat a bottle. She knew how to change the diapers. She got up when the baby cried.
Did you ever have to tell her to do those things?
No. Me and my husband never once woke up those 4 months when Evelyn woke up in the middle of the night. Megan would take care of her very well.
And I ask you, and I want to clarify that, if you ever took her to doctor's appointments, she was with you when she was with you. She came to you pregnant. Did you go to the prenatal appointments?
I did.
And did you go to follow-up appointments with Evelyn's pediatrician?
I did.
Okay. So you were involved through the whole process, really?
Those 4 months, yes.
Okay. At some point in time, was Megan taken from your home and placed back somewhere else?
She done trial visits to go back to Tommy's.
Okay.
There was a process in the foster care system.
I understand.
She done weekend visits, or at first it was just visits, and then it led to weekend visits.
How did she feel about that?
She seemed okay with it.
Eventually, was Megan placed back in the custody and care of her family?
She was. She went back to Tommy's house.
Tommy, you mean her father?
Yes.
Okay. And did you maintain contact with her?
I did.
How often?
We texted back and forth over it wasn't a daily time, but I want to say once a month, couple times sometimes couple times a week. It's just according to what was going on and what pictures she had took of Evelyn.
When you were talking to her, did you eventually learn that maybe things were kind of getting back off the tracks again?
I did. In April, I received a call from her foster care worker saying that Megan had needed some help, and even though she had was out of the foster care system, would I be willing to go and help her out? And I said, no problem. So I called Megan. She told me that her mother had dropped her off at a church. She had drove off and left her and Evelyn there. She had took Evelyn's diaper bag, the baby's supplies. So I told her I'd be right there. I went and picked her up. We went to Walmart, bought baby bottles, formula, diapers, the stuff that a baby would need.
Where did you take her?
We went back to my home. She spent the night. Her and Evelyn they took showers, a good night's sleep. But then the next morning, she wanted to go back to her mother's family's home.
Where's that at?
Now, I'm not sure. The place that I took, her grandfather was in the hospital, and she wanted to go there to meet up with her family. So when she left my home, I drove her to the hospital in Kingsport, and she assured me that she would be perfectly fine, and her and Evelyn got out.
It'd be fair to say that Megan wasn't getting maybe the familial support from her parents that she was needing at that time.
Yes.
Okay. I imagine over this time, Miss Kite, that did you ever meet Tommy Boswell Sr. or her mother, Angela?
I had never met Angela, but I'd met Tommy several times.
You said you agreed that she probably come from a dysfunctional family. Let me ask you this. She lived with you for 4 months and you stayed in contact with her after she moved out. It's your opinion, you know her, you talked to her. Do you think Megan ever knew what a normal family looked like?
No. No.
Did she crave that?
I think so.
Was she wanting that for Evelyn?
I think so.
Well, it's obvious why we're here today. You know why you're testifying. Are you asking this jury to just give her life?
I am, with the possibility of parole. This child has been traumatized. She's made bad mistakes that has to be paid for. But I think she deserves a chance to come back out to the real world. I don't think she's irredeemable. I think she can become a functioning citizen.
Ms. Scott, I thank you again. If you would answer any questions that the state has for you.
Nothing from the state judge.
The state does not appear to
Should
be
we call Mary Boswell?
gunning for. I mean, they're probably going to ask in closing to give life without parole, but they're not using every opportunity to fight for that and point out, like with Megan's mom. But you know, how do you feel about being used as a scapegoat and lied about? The way Megan treated you. They're not using the opportunities they have to sort of show the other side of the coin. They're letting defense just show what they call the mitigating factors. And I'm probably just going to let that stand with the jury, aside from a closing argument. They'll focus on Evelyn. This is Omami, right? She was still, I think she missed the sentence. She was still headed down here.
Raise your right hand and state your name for me.
Mary Boswell.
Ms. Boswell, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
If you'll have a seat right there and speak to that microphone.
Okay.
Omami.
Ms. Boswell, I'm Gene Scott. How are you?
Pretty good.
We're here today because the jury's trying to decide how long Megan will have to stay in prison. I want you to, I guess, your name is Mary Boswell.
Not Mary Boswell.
Okay. How do you know Megan?
Sir.
How do you know Megan?
She's my granddaughter.
Okay. Are you Tommy Boswell's mother?
Yes, sir.
And obviously you've known Megan her whole life.
All of her life. I started keeping her from the time she was 2 months old till she was grown, off and on. Not all the time, but off and on.
Why was that? In part because of problems between your son and her mother, Angela?
Sir?
Was that because her parents were having problems?
No, she just loved me and her papa, and she stayed with us, and we loved her, and so we'd keep her a lot.
Okay. Were you aware of the violence issues between Tommy and Angela?
No, I didn't live in their home or nothing. I don't know nothing about what went on in their home, sir.
Okay.
We'd pick her up and keep her until she want to go back and like that, off and on.
Okay. And have you always lived down there on the same property Tommy lives on? Or?
I've now lived there for maybe 20 years, 21 or 2 or something like that.
She lived there almost all of Megan's life.
Yeah, yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. And you're aware, You told me, I think, one of Megan's role models was your husband, your late husband?
Sir?
Your late husband, he was one of Megan's role models?
Yes, we loved her like she belonged to us.
Okay. And, when did he pass, ma'am?
11 and a half years ago. Soon be 12 this summer.
So that would have been when Megan was, I guess, what?
Yeah, maybe 12 years old or
12
something.
years old?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see that take an impact on her?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And are you here asking this jury for leniency today?
Yes, sir, I am.
Asking them not to give her a sentence of life without parole?
I hope they don't, sir. I love her like I hope they don't give her the sentence like that. I'd love to give her my home if I could take her home today. That's how much I love her.
I understand. Thank you, Ms. Boswell. Answer any Mr. Harper or Ms. Massey.
No questions, sir.
Questions.
Ms. Boswell, thank you so much.
Okay, I'm ready. Thank you.
For going down there.
Yeah.
Say a prayer for the cameraman. Might be in trouble.
You can say it's not subject to recall. You're welcome to stay in the courtroom.
Okay, thank you.
We approach.
Cameraman framed a shot that was safe, but the bailiff was blocking. Then the bailiff moved, and it showed
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you go with the officer for just a minute.
showed a couple faces.
Everyone stand, please.
This is why it's important to brush your hair every morning. I'm just kidding. Sometimes you stand right up in front of the camera. This is a media personality. I don't know which channel she's with, but that was all.
You may be seated. Thank you.
That was all the evidence.
Approach.
The defense has. That's all the evidence.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Scott.
No.
Megan, we've talked about this before. You understand you have a right not to testify.
Yes.
No one could force you to testify.
Yes.
Is she going to talk?
We'll start this over since we didn't have the microphone up. Megan, you understand you have a right not to testify, and if you don't testify, the jury may not draw any inferences from that failure to testify. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Likewise, you have a right to testify. No one could keep you from testifying if you wanted to.
Yes.
After consulting with me, Mr. Horn, and talking about your case and hearing what's happened here in court and all the evidence, do you wish to testify or not?
No.
You do not wish to testify?
I do not wish to testify.
She cut him off pretty quick.
Ms. Boswell, you're still under oath from yesterday or the day before. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
She will not be testifying.
Do you have any other proof? And before we bring the jury in, one thing that I forgot to do yesterday was when we excused the alternates, I took the contents of one of their books and the cover page, and I gave that to the court reporter, and that would be designated as Exhibit A, the letter A, for identification only. So
What?
it's part of the record as to what those notebooks were that they took back. All right.
They're preserving the record of a juror, the notes of the record in court. Did you guys hear that? Okay, the judge said, before I excuse the alternates. I took one of their notebooks and gave it to the court recorder to preserve for the record as to what their notebook was. It wasn't destroyed. I thought jurors are told all your notes will be destroyed. No one will ever read them. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, judge is looking at the camera. We have an issue. So let's get over here. Apparently one of the officers got a text. There was a screenshot that somebody saw the jury. And that's pretty quick.
Judge, the state would introduce it.
Hang on. Camera feed has been cut at this point. Okay, let's go back. Yeah, it's been cut. They're reviewing footage in the camera. It's being replayed. I'm not going to show it because it does show their faces. They're replaying the tape. We're only seeing a replay of the footage. Something we all saw. The bailiff was blocking the shot. The camera set up a shot. You couldn't see the jury. The witness was headed to the stand, and then the bailiff moved, and 3 jurors were visible.
Yesterday or the day before, you understand?
See, they're checking.
Is there any Mr.
So this audio is old audio. We're not seeing a live feed from the courtroom right now. They're just looking at old tape, but they're using the camera that's providing the feed here to look at that tape. This is problematic because the judge has specifically said, no, we may be done right now with the trial. That's why we can't have nice things.
Okay.
Still no live feed from court. The judge is not happy. No, it won't affect the verdict in any way. This is not a mistrial type thing. This is a contempt type thing. So I have cut the feed because they've literally paused the screen showing the jury members. That's because in court they wanted to see. The judge is probably asking to see what the video was. But the feed is still being live streamed, which I'm not going to show because we're not intentionally going to show the faces of any jurors. The harm's already done. But the trial's not all the way over. They still have sentencing. I would say that that there would be a lot more frustration and anger at jury members had the verdict gone a different way, I think, publicly than it did. So I don't think anything will come of this. Everyone who would be upset with this verdict, or the majority of people who would be upset with the verdict, have already been in court and seen the jurors personally. This would be family members, the supporters of Megan Boswell. There aren't a lot of those out there. I feel for the cameraman. This is a tough thing. The judge did use the name, so whatever punishment the camera gets, the judge should get as well for outing the names. Oh. Yeah, there are other channels that are showing the picture. I've chosen not to show it. It's just screenshotted, frozen on the jurors' faces. I'm not doing that. don't. I wouldn't judge the other channels. The other channels, a lot of them are just taking a feed and just sharing it and just letting court happen. It just so happens that the pool photographer in court has paused the camera at that point on the video, so everyone gets that point. It's not that other channels out there are like, well, we want to show you when it happened. They're not doing that. They're literally not in control of the footage. They're just sharing it. So the court has probably ordered that to be shown. So the cameraman is complying with the court, and everyone else just is getting what's happening. Final Legion, we talked about this a little bit this morning. It's, in a lot of ways, it's tradition. It's been passed down for a long time that juries will be anonymous and secret. In some states, it's not. In some states, it's a public building. It's a public occurrence. The public has the right to be there. It's not a secret identity. It's not done in shadow. It's very much in public. And I think the effort to keep the jury anonymous is to prevent some sort of reprisal against the jury members if there was someone who wasn't happy with how they voted in the deliberation room. Bug is there in court. She is watching this. We'll get a report from her when this is done as to what happened. But it's completely accidental. This is so. The problem is this comes the same day the judge took the drastic measure of ordering the cameras to turn the audio off so we wouldn't even hear their voice, the voice of the jury foreman, and now this on that same day. So I can tell you from a media perspective, one of the best ways to fix this going forward and still maintain an open courtroom is replacing manually operated cameras, which are like the TV news channel, the reporter in the field news cameras, with pan tilt zoom cameras that have built-in capability to lock the direction and angle it can go, so you can lock out a section of court. It can never show it. You can't accidentally pan too far. The camera just feels that that's the end of the world. It can't turn any further. A lot of courts that allow those cameras in, we get better video because the camera can move all over the place without really being distracting, because it's just not a person standing up and aiming it. But they can do that and then also not risk showing something they shouldn't by panning too far. You can also use what's called a fixed camera, a box camera, that has a set position it looks at, and it's set up to not show the jury. And then within that box camera, which is usually like a 4K image, they can zoom in to a quarter of the screen and pan around, so you feel like you're on a pan tilt zoom camera that has different views and what you can see, but you're actually seeing just a portion of a fixed image. Let's see. I want to know why the judge is preserving a juror notebook. Katie Bug, I have never heard of that before. I've never heard of a judge say, we're going to save your notes. We're going to grab one of you, especially, we're going to grab one of the notebooks from the jurors who did not deliberate, and we're going to save that, and that's going to be in the record. What if a juror kept notes knowing that they were going to be destroyed, what if they're like, I was, during the lulls, during the quiet parts, I was writing a love letter to my significant other, composing it in my head. Valentine's Day is coming up. I've been away from all this time. I want to share a poem. I wrote a poem, and it's very personal between the two of us, and it's now in the record. Obviously, this is just an example, but it seems very strange to see a court enter juror notes in the record as an exhibit, as a demonstration of what they did. Why not get all of them? If you're going to do it, why do just one? And why do just one of the jurors that did not deliberate, one of the excused jurors? This was not intentional. I don't think they could call a mistrial. The reason being the verdict was already in. Everything was done before this was shown. You can't say, hey, because this happened later on, we should get a new shot from the get-go. They might be able to say, hey, this particular jury at this phase of the sentencing trial should be released, and we seat a new jury for sentencing only, which would be a long process because the new jury would have to hear all the evidence because they can't just say everything you heard in court plus what's presented today by the victim impact statements. But they would not go back and change the verdict at this point. Didn't he say journals? Didn't the judge say journal? I heard journal. If the judge just said notebook, he might have meant the jury instructions and the verdict forms that everyone did have a copy of. He did tell them that those were not the right ones, that his corrected copy was the official. But Bug's not going to call us while court's in session. We're going to wait till they let out. We're just thumb twiddling. The camera is still paused at that moment in the trial. We have a sidebar going on, discussion, probably cameraman possibly under oath. Did the juror maybe say or draw something that gave away their position on the verdict? No. Everything that happened, the moment that the judge has an issue about, and what happened was, from what we can hear, one of the bailiffs received a text message from someone saying that the jurors were just shown on the screen. It might have been from the judge's clerk or something like that. But the text message came in because we know that the judge has people back in his office watching the feed. Watching for mistakes and alerting the judge to them. So as soon as that happened, the bailiff was alerted. He told the judge. It happened when Omami was walking up on the stand. She was, she's a little bit frail. She walks slowly. The cameraman panned out so that you could see the bailiff sort of escorting her up the ramp to the witness chair. Well, when they first panned out, everything was fine. It was a great shot. There was no problems. The bailiff on the far right-hand side of the screen was obscuring anything beyond him in the jury box. But as they moved up the ramp, the bailiff had sort of shifted position, and suddenly we saw that behind him, the width of the camera had framed in 3 of the jurors' faces. And so they sort of panned in to cut that out. It was slow. It's very, very visible. You can see 3 of the jurors on that front row in that far corner as Omami walks up to the stand. So judge has been alerted to that. He's told the cameraman, if any jurors' faces show up on TV, it's going to be a bad day for all of y'all. The media may be thrown out of court. That is something the judge can do, and the judge has threatened that other judges have carried that out. It was an accident. So why they took the journal of the jurors' binders? I'm hoping that it wasn't the journal and it was just the jury instructions that are preserved. But I thought he said journal. Maybe he misspoke and meant the jury instructions. It was an innocent mistake. And as a cameraman myself, I've filmed many things. I've been in environments where we were not ordered by a judge, but from a directive level, said basically you're filming something that a lot of people might take issue with. Okay, this particular event, it was a rodeo. And they said, you are not allowed to film a specific moment that occurs many times during the rodeo. And it has to do with calf roping. We're not allowed to film the moment that the cowboy on the horse has thrown the lasso and has caught the calf, and the lasso tightens and it pulls the calf off its feet. That moment cannot be caught. You need to see the cowboy riding. You need to see the calf running. You need to see the cowboy throwing the lasso. But that moment when the horse, locks all fours and the lasso tightens, the calf can't be on the camera, and it's rough. It's rough. Can they not put up a one-way screen for the jury? No, I think the defendant has a right to observe the jury. The trial to have a right by your trial by your peers is important. And this ain't my first rodeo. Huh? I actually had a rodeo. A scan stop. I don't think the scan stops, it's not very common to have a lock on a physical camera head, like a fluid head that prevents it from rotating too far. I'm not familiar with that existing that way. It's more common to see it as a virtual stop on a pan tilt zoom camera, like the one I have just on the other side of, you can't see it, but it's just behind this computer. Said he took the contents of one of their books and the cover page. Okay, I'm going to give the judge a pass. It sounds like the book he saved was the jury instructions and not the journal. Katie Bug, this is the $1 million question, right? If anyone in the public has a right, and they do constitutionally have a right to walk into court, and they can look at every single juror's face and hear their voice if they speak. Why can't we? And it goes back to that tradition where we have this belief that juries should be anonymous. Now, I believe that a portion of the jury has the right to be secret, and that's the deliberative process. What happened in the jury room? That should be secret. No one should be able to, compel someone to tell us, give me the scoop. Who did what? I think all juries should remain silent on that unless they are unanimous on sharing that inside information outside of the jury. But the identity of juries, you can find it in the court paperwork after the fact, in the voir dire. A lot of times the questionnaires that are filled out by potential jurors are then included in the court records once they're selected. The names are there. It's not hard to identify jurors in a trial, especially if you can see them by walking into court. Calf not on camera must take quick reflexes. It does, especially when you're not a cowboy, not sure what's going on. Bryce, this was a yes on both. We're debating being there in person, particularly for Corey Richens, and possibly sending equipment to Brian Koberger. But we're working on some possibilities there. Yeah, so far no cameras have returned. It looks like pretty much all the feeds are down. Some of the channels that were providing information before might be directly related to the camera person. And yeah, not hearing anything. Search. Oh, let's see. Amber's on the phone. Hey, Amber, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Wonderful. Sorry for all of the phone calls. Is that Bug calling in?
Yes, I gotta go. Love you.
All right,
Bye.
Bug.
Hey, Bug, are you there?
I am.
Hey, that ended quite abruptly for us.
Wowzers.
What just happened? You were there in court watching that. We're talking about the camera situation and the jury being shown.
Yeah. Did you guys see the jury?
The jury was shown. Three faces.
What?
The far three.
Like at what point? What was he trying to film that?
When Omami was walking up the aisle and the bailiff was helping him, He sort of panned out because she was walking slower, and he sort of panned out to show the shot. He or she, I don't know who the camera person is. He panned out and framed the shot so you could see Omami and the bailiff. Well, the bailiff was set up in a place that was blocking the view of the jury, so the shot looked good. There was no jury present, but then the bailiff stepped away, and suddenly you could see the three faces on that far end of the front, that far corner. And
wow.
And somebody had texted the bailiff, probably one of the judge's assistants or something, texted the bailiff and said the jury's faces were shown. We know the judge has given a warning about that, saying if any of the faces get shown, it's going to be a bad day for y'all. Well, that's today.
When did it shut off for you guys? When did he shut it off?
When did he? After the judge stepped to the sidebar and said, hey, we just got a text. It was looking at the cameraman, and they were talking. We could hear him say. I could hear him say what happened. That the bailiff had received a text, and that the jurors were caught on camera. And then the camera person at that point stopped the live stream, went back to the replay to check the footage, probably just for himself to see what did I do when, and went back and was replaying and scrolled back and sort of paused at that scene. So the live feed that was going out was basically a screenshot of the jurors.
Oh God!
Yeah, it made it worse, is what it did.
Oh God!
Yeah. So then at that point, we didn't get any live. It never returned to live. Can you tell us what happened in the courtroom from where the judge was at sidebar on? What happened then?
He just came up to the bench and said that he called him by his last name, and the cameraman said yes, and he said, I've told you before, and you've done it again. You've shown their faces. And the cameraman was he's just standing there like, oh my goodness. Oh my God. He was shocked. Bless his heart. And the judge said, no more still cameras, no more news cameras. He said the only thing it will be is Zoom. That's it. So there is a Zoom feed, but I don't know.
I don't know if the decorum order, if it allows us to show the Zoom feed or not. Amber, if you can grab us that. Here's what we can do. Let me tell you that. If there's a public Zoom and I'm not allowed to show it, I have the ability of hearing something in one ear and repeating it verbatim. I can literally give you word-for-word playback of what happens in court and tell you what happens.
Good at it.
Okay. So let me ask you this: other than that, was there any consequence for the cameraman? It was just basically you're kicked out.
Yes. He has a court date on March the 7th in that courtroom, and he will be sentenced at that time. The judge said he was too mad at the moment to sentence him. It was quite everybody was very, very quiet during this whole thing.
Oh man.
So yeah, he could face up to 10 days in jail.
Yeah. So no sentence yet, but the 10 days is, I think, the maximum a judge can hold you in contempt for this type of contempt.
He also told him, get a lawyer. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you at that hearing that I think the smartest thing that lawyer could do is grab the clips of the judge announcing the names live on air of the jurors and saying, Judge, pot and kettle, you two are one and the same. Accidents happen. Okay. You inadvertently also revealed not just their face, but a name of who they are. And maybe the judge in that light will probably just end with a stern warning. But it probably also will affect future cases in this particular courtroom with this particular judge when he starts looking at media access. It's a bummer. I feel for the cameraman. It's,
I do too. I do too. He's a nice guy.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a nice guy. He didn't mean to.
Yep.
Accidents do happen. But this judge does not play around.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the first I've known of him. You know, I don't know him to say, you know, yeah, before he doesn't, you know, take anything. But I know now he doesn't play around.
So we have, we're not going to hear closing arguments. We're not going to hear the state's or the defense's closing arguments in the sentencing phase. The jury will still deliberate. We won't know what the results are. There will be media present, no cameras. So it'll be basically text and tweet only coming out of the courtroom, and unless we get the Zoom feed, where let's see if we can get this Zoom feed here. Amber's on it, looking for it.
Well, he said 10 minutes. Has it been that long? Are they back yet?
Well, we won't know. Hang on.
Oh, you won't know.
Let's see. Well, we've got. There is a feed right now. I don't know if this is live. This might be the view we get for the rest of the trial. We're seeing over the heads of the defense attorneys, looking at that door on that side. I don't think this is it. I don't think that's it. I think that's the wrong video. No, could be.
I've been on the phone.
Yeah, I'll let you go. You jump back in, see what you can. Obviously, we'd love to hear the result, but let us know here shortly.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, Bug.
Yep. Bye.
Okay, we're going to continue to attempt to get information and footage, possibly be able to find a Zoom feed that I can recount the happenings of court. Just so we can hear what the sentence is. So give me a second. I'm going to be, Amber, use the buffer if you need me or call, but let me do a little research here on the fly. Let's see. Sonoma County has virtual court hearings. You will not be allowed into the meeting until you identify yourself and the clerk is able to verify how you are connected to a case on the docket. If you are simply observing, please keep your audio muted. You may choose whether to display your video. If you want to participate, you must use the chat function. Zoom meeting links. I'm attempting to join. It's not letting me in. Oh. Amber, problem is I need to be able to shut off my camera and mic before I join. Just 1 second. Zoom is updating. Bug will text us. Can I listen to? Yes, if they'll let me in, but I have to be admitted in to hear this. Trying to join. Give me a minute here, guys. I've sent a request to join as an observer. Yes, someone's vacuuming in my house. I'm sorry. Chores must continue. This is one of those situations where I think the judge probably is in his right to exclude the media because of the error, because he's trying to preserve the process of court. No central vac. No, we have one of those upright vacuums. They're not allowing anybody in right now. It's just waiting. Recording is not allowed, so I can't show you what I see if they do allow me in, but I would be able to recount on my own to you in my own words what I hear. Natalie, we'll try to get this if there is anything that comes in. We're trying to connect to Zoom right now. What about his errors? Oh, he made errors, and I think the defense attorney for the cameraman is probably going to be raising those. Let's do a dramatic reenactment. Oh. Yeah, seriously, this trial has been, I said at the beginning, now let me remind you, you can rewind me and fact check me on this. I said, I wouldn't be surprised if we get kicked out of this case, if media gets kicked out of this case before it's over. And we did at the very end because of this, because it is so easy. It is so easy to have a tiny mistake. You might have a shot as a cameraman that is a safe shot. It's like this, I've blocked it out. And while you're sitting there framed, you're looking through a viewfinder, okay? So your whole view is obscured as your camera's over here, your jury's to the right. And a jury member might be like adjusting the chair and just lean forward over the bar and just stick their face into the view. It happens. It happens. They might just lean over, they drop a pencil, they lean over to get something, and suddenly you've shown a juror and you're in violation. This wasn't quite how that one went down, but still, yeah. It's rough. I feel so bad for the cameraman here. Yes, I've said that many times. Media lasted longer in this trial than I thought. I agree. Sort of like a double standard there.
call from Jedia. To accept, press 1.
Katia, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
Fabulous. What a day. What a day.
I know, it's been wild. Just letting you know, there's a feed, News 5 WCYB.
Let's see.
It's Zoom only, but it's a feed.
WB, what is it? WCYB?
WCYB.
Okay, so they're about to get in trouble because they've
Why?
ordered that can't be used.
Oh.
But
yeah, I just thought of letting you know.
All right, thank you very much, Katia. I appreciate that. We'll see if I can recount what I'm hearing to you guys as we watch this. Thank you very much.
Yeah, all right, no worries. I'll see you in chat. Bye.
I appreciate Katia for that. Give me just 1 second. It's switch account to. It's showing me ads. That's the problem. There's a second ad. And skip. All right. Let me get my earbuds. There's no audio right now. There's a sidebar going on. I require different voices for each person. Do I need to do sock puppets for each one? I'm live, but hang on. Okay. Defense saying, when you look at these mitigating factors, when you look at these, it looks like they've submitted 11 mitigating factors. I submit to you that lots of people have a childhoods like the defendant had, but you heard from her, from something and another, that her grandmother and grandfather were her stability for her. And I submit to you that just because you have a childhood that you have, and of course we all, you included, have different life experiences, but that does not make an excuse for what she did to Evelyn. This is Miss Massengill who's talking to the jury right now, making a closing statement. The defense is telling you that Megan Boswell deserves life with the possibility of parole, which is essentially 51 years in this state, which would mean that the Megan Boswell could get out in her late 60s, I believe. I submit to you that Megan Boswell doesn't deserve that chance. Does Evelyn get the chance when she's 69 years old to start her life again? She doesn't. And neither does Megan. We're going to ask that you continue to hold her accountable. The state has proven the aggravated factor of that Evelyn was under the age of 12 years old and that the defendant was over the age of 18. We have proven that. And that is all the state has to prove. If you believe the state has proven that beyond a reasonable doubt, we're going to ask that you return a verdict of life without the possibility of parole. And she goes, sits down. Judge says, "Thank you, General." Now, not Mr. Scott. The second chair stands up to give the closing for the defense. Coughs, clears his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, I know the last few days have been emotional for you. It's been emotional for everyone. And that emotion really, again, began 5 years ago not just with this case, but for our community. And it has had some dividing and rippling effects. You've been sequestered. You haven't seen those things. We have. We've seen how divided this community is over this case. Perhaps that could last and go on for a long time. You spoke very loud today when you found Megan Boswell guilty. He coughs again. I think it's time that we end all of this on the right note. You have a chance to do that. I don't, the state doesn't, the judge doesn't, you do. You can put the defining moment with a period of what people remember on this case, perhaps you as jurors, because you did find her guilty. And now you have a chance to do and show the one thing that's been missing for the last 5 years, and that's grace and love. We have everyone in this room, in this state, in some way in their life. It may not have resulted in a criminal charge, it may not have resulted in going to prison. We've made mistakes in our life. We've done something. We've wanted compassion. We've wanted grace. We've wanted love. That's how you can end this. That's how we can start to move on as a community. You could show her what love looks like, because you've heard how fractured and dysfunctional her family is. Mr. Scott told you through the trial he didn't go through a lot of things in her life. I didn't either, but I knew my mom and dad loved me. They loved me to the end. My family now loves me to the end. That's how he's saying it. I don't think she's seen what that looks like in her life. You're going to get a chance to go back there and show her. You can tell her that she's redeemable. You can end it with grace and love. Something Boswell told you about the mitigating factors, you'll get that in your instructions. Spare her life. Give her life with parole. If there's anything good which can come from this, it's that we can all move forward. You got the verdict that you wanted, and you handed it with the emotion of love, and you ended it with the emotion of love and compassion. And that's all it will be remembered. And I hope that's what you do. Don't be remembered. And he mumbles. It's so easy to do that. The lasting impression for Evelyn, and see what you did for Evelyn, see what you did for Megan, for this community. Love and grace for this family and for all of us. And I ask you to give her life and let her have a chance. That's justice as well. Justice for everyone. Thank you. General says, thank you, Judge. Now it's the gentleman from the state. Ladies and gentlemen, your job at this point is to determine whether or not the state has proven the aggravated statutory factor. Statutory aggravated factor that we alleged, and General Massengale told you that that's typically related to the age of the child. And clearly through her certificate, the birth certificate of the child, we've proven that. And your job is to weigh the mitigating factors that the defense has put on for you against that aggravating factor, which we have met our burden of proving. Mr. Horde has asked you to end this case on the right note, and the state would agree. You should end this case on the right note, and you should show Megan Boswell the same compassion and grace that she showed Evelyn. Evelyn wasn't shown any compassion. She wasn't shown any grace. You know, the one person that Evelyn should have been able to rely on to keep her safe, abandoned her, discarded her. She doesn't deserve your compassion, your grace. The state asks that you weigh the aggravating factor that we've proven in this case. The fact that Evelyn Boswell, the time that she was dumped in the trash can, wasn't even 13 months old. Never had a chance. We ask that you return a verdict that we've requested of life without parole. Thank you. Judge says, thank you, General. Judge now speaking. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I've got another set of instructions I've got to read to you. In the criminal court for Sullivan County, Tennessee of law, State of Tennessee versus Megan Boswell, defendant. The case S72869, jury instructions. Fixing punishment, life imprisonment, or life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Members of the jury, you have now found the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt of first-degree murder. In the perpetration of first-degree murder is charged in the first count. In the perpetration of a felony is charged in the second and third counts of present number S72869. He mixed that up. That was tough. He's correcting some paperwork. He's scribbling something. He talks fast. This part's hard. I hear him in my right ear, and I hear myself in my left ear, so it's a little funny. Still writing. There's a pause. It is now your duty to determine, within the limits prescribed by law, the penalty that shall be imposed as punishment for these offenses. Tennessee law provides that a person convicted of first-degree murder and first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony. Now he's correcting something again. Another pause. Shall be punished by imprisonment for life without possibility of parole, or by imprisonment for life. The defendant who receives a sentence of imprisonment for life shall not be eligible for release until the defendant has served at least 51 full calendar years of such sentence. The defendant who receives a sentence of prison for life without parole shall never be eligible for release. In arriving at this determination, you are authorized to weigh and consider any of the statutory aggravating circumstances proved beyond a reasonable doubt, and any mitigating circumstances which may have arisen by the evidence throughout the entire course of this trial, including the guilt-finding phase or sentencing phase, or both. The jury is the sole judge of the facts and of the law as it applies to the facts in this case. In arriving at your verdict, you are to consider the law in connection with the facts. The court is the proper source from which you are to get the law. In other words, you are the judges of the law as well as the facts under the direction of the court. The burden of proof is upon the state to prove any statutory aggravating circumstances or circumstance beyond a reasonable doubt. The reasonable doubt is that doubt created by investigation of all proof in the case and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of your verdict. Absolute certainty is not demanded by law, but moral certainty is required as to every element necessary to consider to constitute the verdict. The law makes you the sole judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight given to the evidence. The defendant has not taken the stand to testify as a witness during this sentencing hearing, but you shall place no significance on this fact. The burden is on the state to prove any aggravated circumstances or circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. She is not required to take the stand in her own behalf when her own election not to do so cannot be considered for any purpose, nor can any inference be drawn from such fact. Statutory aggravating factor. Tennessee law provides that no citizen imprisoned for life without possibility of parole shall be imposed by a jury, but upon unanimous finding that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt existence of one or more of the statutory aggravating circumstances, which shall be limited to the following. 1. The murder was committed against a person less than 12 years of age, and the defendant was 18 years of age or older. DCA 39-13-204 I-1. Members of the jury, court has read to you the aggravating circumstance which the law requires you to consider if you find proof beyond a reasonable doubt. You shall not consider any other facts or circumstances as an aggravating circumstance in deciding whether imprisonment for life without possibility of parole. And they cut our feed. They just... Yep, they got in trouble. The court clerk is... The feed stopped. I was... We're trying... I'm arguing with the court clerk to be let in on Zoom directly. Did somebody have the case number? They're asking for the case number for the... I know I read it off to you. Can somebody give me the case number of this trial? Really quick. The judge talks very quickly. This is wild. Trying to see. Okay, we've got another feed here. Just 1 second. The judge continued that a statutory aggravating circumstance has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The sentence shall be life imprisonment. You will write your verdict on the enclosed attached form attached hereto and made part of this chart. The verdict shall be as follows. We, the verdict, unanimously find that the punishment shall be life imprisonment if the unanimously determined that unanimous statutory circumstance has been proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. You shall, in your discretion, sentence the defendant either to imprisonment to life without the possibility of parole or to imprisonment for life. In choosing between the two sentences, imprisonment for life without parole and imprisonment for life, you shall weigh and consider the statutory aggravating circumstance proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt and any mitigating circumstance or circumstances. In your verdict, you shall reduce to writing the statutory aggravating circumstance so found, and you shall return your verdict upon the enclosed form attached hereto and made part of this chart. The verdict shall be as follows. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has proven, following listed statutory circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Here lists the aggravating circumstance found. You shall then indicate on the enclosed verdict form either we, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life without the possibility of parole, or we, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be imprisoned for life. The verdict must be unanimous and signed by each juror. I've got verdict forms for you. Okay. I have verdict forms for you, and I will read those. Verdict form count 1. Punishment of imprisonment for life. We, the jury, unanimously determine that an aggravating circumstance has been proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. We, the jury, therefore, find that the sentence shall be imprisonment for life. Signature line, jury foreperson, signature line for each juror to sign. The date with a line. Continued. Punishment imprisonment for life without the possibility of parole or imprisonment for life. We, the jury, unanimously find the state has proven the following statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Check the box of any statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances you find beyond a reasonable doubt. Checkbox. The murder was committed against a person less than 12 years of age and the defendant was 18 years of age or older. Below, check one box only. Checkbox. We, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life without the possibility of parole, or checkbox. We, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to life imprisonment for life. Signature line, jury foreperson, signature line for each juror. Okay. Date, signature, blank. And the same exact form, verbatim, for counts 2 and count, I think 3, he said. Couldn't tell if it was a 3 or 4. Take the case, consider all the elements fairly and impartially. Complete one of the 2 forms for each count. And report your verdict to the court. During that, I retyped the case number. He says, go with the officers. All stand, please. During that, I retyped the case number in chat while I was recounting that. That was weird. DNB gifted a membership. Thank you very much. Mrs. R.A. says, I vote R.A. does this on more interesting conversations. Those are the jury instructions. The way it works, I'm reading. Says the jury will be out awaiting sentencing. The court will be in recess awaiting the verdict of the jury. Okay. I need to turn that sound off of my ear. That's crazy. Okay. The court on Zoom has told me I'm texting. This is the district court calendar, right? I don't understand how they're... Snohomish County. Snohomish County District Court, South Division, Judge Goodwin. Is that not the same guy? Deer Park Water Fund for all that reading. Thank you. I've got one right here. I'll grab a drink in just a minute. Karen, thank you very much for the kind words. I don't know where I got that ability. Mrs. R.A. will tell you that sometimes I struggle just to listen, and not just to listen and say back what I've heard. Bug Duggar's calling in right now. Let's see what she has to say.
Call from
Bug.
Hey, Bug. How's it going?
Well, it's going good. There was no more evidence put forth from the defense.
We heard. I was able to listen through the Zoom feed, which
good.
And I was able. I can't. The rules say admission rules. Please display your proper first name. Attorneys or interpreters, please add attorney or INT to your name. Keep audio off and video off. Recording is not allowed. That means I cannot rebroadcast this. But what I can do is listen, and I can tell you what I hear. I just happen to be able to tell you exactly what I hear. So I did read verbatim as much as we were able to hear. The feed kept cutting in and out. If you want to observe a hearing, that has to be done in person.
Yeah.
Says this host says to me. Hang on one second. I'm still talking to the clerk.
Yeah.
All right. Mrs. Ari is correct. Listening and hearing aren't always the same. Okay, Okay, TN 2020 CR 72869.
Eight 6-7-5-3.
Hey, Bug. 09.
Couldn't help it.
Okay. All right. Adding to the fun, says Betsy Jean. Thank you very much, Bug. That was basically what we expected in that closing. I think nothing really earth-shattering. The state asks for the maximum, and defense asks for the minimum. The defense saying show compassion, show mercy. There wasn't any here in this state, but don't let that be. Don't end on that note. Show that the state does have does believe that people can be rehabilitated, that there's a chance, there's hope. Give her that opportunity to wait. I mean, she's going to be 69 years old or something when she is eligible for parole. So give her that chance to be able to come out and make something. And the state said Evelyn didn't have that chance. Don't don't give her the same thing she gave Evelyn. That's what's fair.
If she got the 50 years, she can get out and still have the ability to make more babies. She should not be able to do that.
That's scary.
No.
Let's see here. The jury's now going to deliberate. This will probably be short.
Yeah, very short.
There were no lesser includeds. It was guilty as charged, and now really their duty is to say, did the state prove that Evelyn was under a specific age when she died? And she was. That's why the state the only evidence they presented in this sentencing phase was her birth certificate, and they said, we're done. This is all we need. We don't need somebody to authenticate. This is a self-authenticating document. We don't need somebody to explain how this applies and why you should construe this in a certain manner. This is the full burden, and we just met it. They didn't question any of the defense because they knew their burden had been met, and they just told the jury, look, the instructions are, if we meet our burden, return the verdict, with the caveat that the jury can also consider those mitigating factors the defense brought up and said, they might say, we agree that her childhood was bad. Her parents failed her. She had no role models in any way, in a positive way, growing up, even though she did with her foster mom was amazing. But she, because of that, we feel bad. And they can take that into account and say, and we're going to recommend that she gets life with the possibility of parole after 51 years, 51 camera years. Not camera years, calendar years. Sorry, I read camera on this.
Yes. We're still traumatized the camera's not there. I get that. I get that.
It's rough, but we sort of called it at the beginning of this trial that I was surprised that the camera would last as long as it did.
Yeah. I mean, in that aspect, we got pretty lucky. Yeah.
Any thoughts? I mean, are you going to stick around and wait for this verdict here and just? I think it's going to be.
Oh yeah.
It's lunchtime.
Yeah. I'm in it.
It's lunchtime.
They did, but I'll eat my little bag of Cheerios right here and go back in.
Sad little bag of Honey Nut Cheerios. I hope that sustains you for that. Bug, if you hear anything, if they say, hey, we're if they've got a verdict or something, please let us know. Just return that and give me a quick buzz if you can. Otherwise, we'll watch and listen. But tell me again the date the cameraman has a contempt of court appearance.
March 7th.
March 7th. Is it too much to ask for media coverage on that one? just kidding.
Yeah. I doubt it. I doubt it will happen.
Yeah.
Oh.
Bug, thank you.
But there will be two. All right. Well, until I hear another juicy bit.
All right. Thank you. You've done a fabulous job. Appreciate you being there.
Oh, you're welcome.
All right.
It's been fun.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. I'm trying to get let into court, and they're just not. They're taking their sweet time is what they're doing. And they literally said, the judge just kicked, I told them the judge kicked media out and told us to watch on Zoom. The link I clicked was for his Zoom, and I gave the case number. And they had said to me, if you want to observe a hearing, that has to be done in person. I think the same person was controlling access to my Zoom feed to them as was controlling the metal detector access at court. I sincerely hope that the cameraman just gets a stern talking to by the judge, because I think the judge did more to divulge specific identities than show a side shot of someone's face from across the room. I realize other channels showed the Zoom feed. I'm in a position where I choose not to do that on my channel because we do request access. Because we are constantly requesting access for different courtrooms, and if you get on a naughty list for a court, it can even be in a state that you might not get in on any trial. So if they say, "Hey, you broke the rules here, so we're not going to let you in on that," have to be careful. Thanks for keeping the court system transparent and open for us, AC's Wildflower. Thank you for being here, and thanks for the support. P. Will for real. I think 50 years is too high. I've mentioned this before, and all I'll say on this is I don't want to become the person in my heart, the person that we're judging, right? I don't want to be guilty of the same thing as them, and I think that we generally as a nation are too quick to throw away someone's life. There can be really, really bad mistakes, and sometimes those people should spend the rest of their lives in prison without the chance of parole. That is a legitimate and valid outcome. But I think there are times that we're too quick to throw someone away. I'm not sure if this case is one of those times, but I've given it some thought. Agony Goose, thank you very much. Try to stick to the rules as best we can. Okay, another call. Let's see who this is.
Call from
Kayla Newell.
Hello, Kayla. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. What's on your mind?
Good. Hey, I have an opinion from personal experience.
Mm-hmm.
So I used to work with foster families. I was the assistant director for something called CASA, and I've worked with kids who have suffered medical neglect, environmental neglect, all sorts of abuse, you name it. I've put people behind bars, had to go into court hearings, testify, give victim impact statements. It's very rewarding, but it's very exhausting, and I'm an empath, so it's like it's very sad at the same time and rewarding. So I see what Megan has lived through. Megan could have utilized the resources if DCS had offered them to her. So a part of it, the system failed her, and that's unfortunate.
I'd agree.
But also, her parents failed her. Why didn't the foster mom advocate more? There's just so many questions that I want to ask and answers that are unknown. Should Megan have life without parole? 100%, because Megan knows right from wrong.
I have a hard time. I have the same questions in my heart. Why would you make the decision? Speaking of a particular witness or another, somebody around Megan. Why would you do what you did? Why wouldn't you take this step? But at the same time, I wasn't standing where they were. I don't have their experience, right. So I struggle to, I hope they can find peace, right? Because
Yes.
The one thing we can't change in life is the past. And
Yes.
so if there's something we did that, it's like, I should have made a better decision then. To me, I find peace by saying, I acknowledge I should have made a better decision, and it might have had disastrous results for myself or someone else. But all I can do at this point is say, I'm not going to do that again. I'm going to be a different person so that next time one of those turning point moments occurs in life, I'll make the right decision. And it nobody might ever know, right? If I do,
right.
But I hope they're able to find peace that way. Speaking about the victims, those secondary victims who are around Megan in this case. But
yeah, definitely. And I really hope that Megan is able to get some sort of rehabilitation. I know where I'm at in Indiana, they do offer therapeutic treatments. But I'm not sure if they focus on like trauma based.
Yeah.
So I don't know what they offer in Tennessee. So I really hope that she's able to get trauma focused cognitive behavioral therapy or something like that.
And for some inmates, a life without possibility of parole does not mean that they're just thrown in a cell and left there. There's a lot of good that inmates who are sentenced to life without parole, who will never see daylight unless it's through bars, can do in the world. And for some, that is the best that's the best possible outcome, and they can fully redeem themselves without also getting their record expunged. Right? They can come out on the other end a changed person, but still be incarcerated for the rest of their life. I'm hesitant to jump to that extreme. There are some people that I think it is entirely appropriate, but I think we do throw life away a little too easily, much sadly, like she did, where she basically threw her daughter's and her own life away in that moment. Yeah, it's sad. And she was blaming everybody else and would not take responsibility. And that's what, I don't know about everybody else, but that's what hurt me the most. Is she blamed everybody else and just didn't take ownership for her actions. So that was my opinion and from my personal experience. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
You see stuff that I have not had to see, and you're a better person for being able to handle that. Appreciate that.
Thanks.
All right. Talk to you again soon.
Right.
All right.
All right. Bye.
All right. I think we're going to take a lunch break. I believe the jury's getting lunch. It's time for the jury to get lunch, and they're still sequestered, so they should be provided lunch. So we're going to take a lunch break as well. When we come back, we're going to come back with our new trial, but we'll also be watching for anything that happens in this trial. It's going to be a little tricky. I'm going to still fight. I need to know what division, district court calendar division, Judge Godwin's case is. Because apparently the link that goes to Judge Godwin on the court feed, the court page, takes me to the wrong division, and they're saying that's not. They haven't even heard of the Megan Boswell case in this part of Tennessee, which is, I'm in Sonoma County, talking to a court clerk in Sonoma County, and she hasn't heard of the Boswell case, or Sullivan County. I mean, sorry, I think I said Sullivan County. I meant Sullivan County. I said Snohomish. Oh, I am in Snohomish. Should be in the wrong one. Okay. My bad. Sorry. I'm out. I was completely in the wrong place. It was the wrong Judge Godwin. Well, that's embarrassing. The clerk was right and I was wrong. See, I learn something new every day. Virginia, thank you. It's not a very useful skill, I promise. My retention is very low. Don't tell my wife, but my retention is very low. I am able to repeat what I hear. Amber says I tried to tell you that 30 minutes ago. Okay, so let me see if I can get in on the right one. So Amber, do you have the right link? 2nd District, Sullivan County. Were you able to find anything? What's our next trial? The next trial is the Rose Petal trial, which is already underway. We're going to begin it after lunch. Give me just a minute to... Well, let me take a lunch. Here's Amber first. 1 second. Hey, Amber.
Hey.
Hey.
No, I haven't been able to find anything as far as Zoom information. However, I want to make sure I address this now before it keeps being put in chat. Please do not disclose the biological father's name. That wasn't something that came out in court. That's not something we want to have in the chat if it wasn't disclosed within the case. So let's not do that, please.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It's not Ethan. It's not Hunter. It's not a family member situation. That's it.
Right. No, I can't find any. And I swear I tried to tell you earlier you were in the wrong courthouse or court site.
I gave that court clerk the riot. I hired him like, hey, I was in Washington, some court clerk in Washington. I clicked the wrong link. I thought I found it. Apparently the judge has the same name up there. So
yeah, I can't seem to get my hands on an actual docket for that specific court or get the judge's schedule of his docket even. And I'm not calling the judge directly. So
yeah. We're going to. Takes a lot to earn a ban on the channel, but I'll give him out. All right. All right. I think that's it. We're going to go to lunch. We're going to come back with the Rose Petal trial, which is it's interesting. It's got some. I'm sorry, I just muted you, Amber. Were you still talking?
No.
It's got some factors that are adjacent to it that are icky, but have been ruled that they're not coming into trial. So we're hoping that stays the case throughout the trial. It will approach those, but they should not come in. So I do not have an explanation. We're going to start at the get-go and watch it as the jury does. I'm not going to, give you the whole breakdown. That way we can watch it together. So icky stuff not allowed. Basically, we have what we know so far is that a woman is dead, and she was stabbed 31 times, and her body was found surrounded by rose petals. Let's begin with that. And then once we go to the opening, the state's going to make it clear the background, and we'll watch that way. That way we will keep the other icky bits of trial and stuff that are the judge's ordered are not relevant a little bit separate. All right, let me create a portal to jump over there.
While you're doing that, and since I haven't hung up yet, for those who did not catch it earlier, I have updated the birthday form that Sharon posted. I actually created that for her a long time ago to help her make it easier. But I did update that form to include a question asking for the month and day for birthdays. So you can actually submit birthdays ahead of time as opposed to just on the day of. That'll kind of help us manage it easier. And I'll continue to post the link throughout, and it's posted in Facebook group.
Thank you very much for Amber for doing that. Let me tell you, if you just found us at the tail end of this trial, first of all, welcome. We are what I think is a really fun community, very unique on the internet landscape, that likes to watch court together, likes to learn together, likes to have a friendly and informative environment where we watch trials together and talk and chat and become friends. So welcome. I'd ask that you please click the subscribe button so you can find us again, because we would love to have you back. If you just caught the tail end of this trial, why not join us as we play catch up for a couple days to catch up to the trial that's going in South Carolina right now. They're on day 3. We can catch up very quickly. We'll skip breaks. We'll watch at 1.25 speed. We may even work long hours the first couple days to get caught up. By early next week, we'll be back with live and be able to watch the proceedings as they happen. So join us. We're not all crazy, but those of us that are, we love anyway. So that would be awesome. Day 1 is an hour and a half. We'll get through 2 days today probably, but we'll go from there. Is Amber, anything else for you? Gonna get some lunch?
Nope.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate your help today. All right.
Not a problem.
Bye.
Bye, y'all.
All right. With that, we're going to go to lunch. I've got the portal set up so we can bring you right over to the new live stream. Also, if anything happens in the Megan Boswell trial, if the jury comes back with the verdict on the sentencing, we're going to cut in for that. We're going to carry that the best way we can now that the cameras are kicked out. But we'll do that. We'll do that. It does feel like a little breath of fresh air. That was a tough trial to sit through. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again in about 1 hour. Go get some lunch. Stretch your legs. Come on back. Bring a friend. Buckle up. We're going to watch a new trial together. We'll see you guys after lunch. Bye-bye.
May be upon us.